this agenda. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest at this point? Oh, there he is. Welcome, Councillor Greenfield. Knew you were going to be a wee bit late, but here you are, right on time. Is there any disclosure? Deputy Mayor.
Worship, thank you. Unfortunately, today I will need to declare on 2 items, and both of these I have declared upon before. They will be 7.1E, the 22nd Side Road purchase request, and 7.2B, the Meaford Golf Course plan of condominium.
All right, thank you for that. And the reason for those you've reported before. We know the 7.1, but 7.2B is why?
7.2B is again in relation to my husband's partnership with Ivan Alderdice, who owns this project. And on the advice of the Integrity Commissioners, I will be declaring for a year past the period of my husband's passing on anything related to this project.
Duly noted. Thank you for that. And I'll move into announcements and note first off that I have to report out of the closed council meeting of March the 31st was called and approved by council to discuss 3 issues concerning legal and property matters. In attendance were all of council members and staff, including the CAO, the clerk, treasurer, and director of infrastructure services. The first 2 items concerning litigation issues, specifically matters before an administrative tribunal regarding the PILT appeal and matters before the local planning appeal tribunal were discussed, with direction given to staff to proceed as recommended. Council chose not to discuss the 3rd item regarding a proposed acquisition of land and adjourned the meeting. So moving on to announcements, we have, of course, according in compliance with the provincial order for shutdown our facility closures are the Municipal Administration Office at 21 Trowbridge Street, the Council Chambers on the 7th line, Meaford Public Library is available for curbside pickup only, Meaford Hall and Meaford Museum, Meaford Fire Hall, Meaford and St. Vincent Community Center, the community halls, Riverside, Woodford, and Bognor, and recreation programs that are in the planning stages have been postponed. Staff will be continuing to work in the office and remotely to provide services and will respond to inquiries during regular business hours. We ask the public to use online services at meaford.ca where possible, or use the drop box located beside the administrative office door. Staff can also be available by at the phone number 519-538-1060 or by email to info@meaford.ca. There is more information on COVID-19 impacts on the municipal services, and we would encourage you to visit meaford.ca/open and closed for that detail. Also want to provide notice of the road work that is being done on Sykes Street between Bayfield and Collingwood Street is a project by Enbridge, formerly Union Gas, to replace the below ground natural gas pipelines along this section of road. AECON has been contracted by Enbridge to complete the work, and it is anticipated that gas main replacements will be completed in early May. This work will require temporary and rotating closures of Collingwood Street, Parker Street, and Lombard Street, beginning on Monday. Well, that's today, April the 12th. So any questions or concerns regarding the work, we would encourage you to contact Enbridge directly at a phone number 519-885-7400, extension 506-7506. The municipal project to fully reconstruct Sykes Street North between Bayfield Street and Collingwood Street is currently at the tender award stage. and construction is anticipated to begin in May of this year. Residents within the project area will be provided notices prior to construction with further details, which will also be posted online at meaford.ca/Sykes Street. And the last announcement I have is regarding a family physician survey. Has been launched, the public survey has been launched to gain feedback from residents regarding access to primary healthcare services, which include family physicians and nurse practitioners. To complete the short 2-minute survey, we would encourage you to visit Meaford website homepage, meaford.ca. That will link you to the survey, and that will be available until April the 30th. The survey is a collaborative effort led by the Joint Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee for the creation of a family physician recruitment and retention strategy between the town of the Blue Mountains, the municipality of Meaford, the municipality of Grey Highlands, town of Collingwood, and Clearview Township. So data collected through the survey will be shared with the partnering municipalities and will be used by the committee to help recruit new family physicians and to improve access to primary health care in our area. That was all I have for announcements. Is there anything from anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple announcements, if I may. First of all, I wanted to share with great pleasure that this Wednesday, the 14th, will be the first meeting of our Economic Advisory Committee. We're really pleased to get this committee up and running, and the meeting will take place at 3 o'clock, and anybody who'd like to tune in can do so. It will be live streamed, and we will be looking at our work plans. So there's going to be a lot of discussion on Wednesday. Also on May the 1st, we're planning the annual spring cleanup to go forward this year. Not just sure the details yet of how it will roll out, but Baggy will go forward on the 1st, and I can come back with more details on that when we have them. And on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I wanted to announce that they are accepting nominations now for the annual awards presentations. Nominations are due on April the 30th for all of the categories. Information can be found on the Chamber website. And something new this year, they have 2 prizes of $100 value each. And names will be drawn from those who have submitted nominations. And also at the same time, the Rotary Citizen of the Year is also accepting nominations for this really prestigious award. It's just a really special honor. And you can find all the forms on the Chamber website and on the Rotary website as well for their Citizen of the Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there anything further from Council? Okay. Seeing nothing further that way, we'll move into public participation. And we have guests with us today who are going to participate in the democratic process, and we're very grateful for their contribution. We do encourage folks to participate in the workings of your municipality through our council meetings and subcommittee meetings as well. And we have an opportunity at our council meetings for presentations from individuals. We have one today. We have deputations on agenda items. And also we have public inquiry, public questions. We ask that any presentation coming forward be given into the clerk's office prior to the distribution of the agenda. And deputations are folks who want to come forward with the comments on an agenda item, and we need to know that by noon on council day. So having said that, we'll move into our first one, which is a presentation by Adam Vaughan on local housing and development comments. And we welcome you, Adam, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Klumpus, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, fellow council members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Adam Vaughan. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. So I will give you a little bit of a background to help you better understand my perspective. Other than a few years spent away in Hamilton at college, Meaford has been a home all my life. I grew up as an in-town kid near Memorial Park until 7th grade, when my family moved out to my great-grandparents' plot of land just below the tank range, where my great-great-grandparents lived before it was the range. So to say that I have roots in this town is an easy path to follow. My parents ran the youth soccer league for years while I was growing up, and when I returned from school, I followed that same path as well, volunteering as a head coach and head referee while we still had the league in town. I've been part of various volunteer groups, including president of the Kinsman Club, and after hearing council's last meeting, reached out and am now in the process of becoming a big for one of the littles in the community. I was also lucky enough to find permanent career here in Meaford as an IT specialist up on the military base, and have been there for over 10 years now. I tell you this information to give you a sense of how I see Meaford. It has been my home all my life, and I have tried to help it grow as best I can. But right now is at a crossroads, and you as council over the next few years will have the ability to help shape what Meaford looks like for the next generation. My main reason I come to you today is in regards to the coming Loon Call development and other such developments that could be planned in the coming years. I learned last meeting that the number of planned houses has been reduced, and the developer is still being pressured by some in our community for additional accommodations. I think council not speaking up in opposition to these accommodations is a mistake. I live very close to the proposed Meaford Haven development, so I understand the trepidations that these projects can cause an established neighborhood. These fears cannot stop the desperate need for expansion in this town and its incredible need for space for young people and new families to be given a chance in this town. When you or your children were growing up, did you ever think the reason you couldn't live in Meaford was because you couldn't afford it? That buying your first home in Meaford in your mid-20s would be a $500,000 investment. The idea that living in the same town as your family is no longer a reality for countless people who grew up in this town. I work with a colleague on base that is in that situation. He is recently married, and I have known the wife's family since kindergarten. They have both been working 60-hour work weeks for over a year to save up for a deposit to compete with out-of-town buyers. They have put bid in after bid in Meaford's starter market, only to be outbid to the tune of $100,000 that might be nothing to someone from south of Highway 9 that sold their house in the 7 figures. But for them, it is another sign that Meaford is not the place for them. To give an additional viewpoint, my parents sold a house in the year 2000 for just over $120,000. This was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a large yard and a garage, perfect for 2 young boys and a family to thrive. Now, I wouldn't even want to guess what that house would sell for. From what statistics I could find from either Stats Canada, real estate listings, or real estate publications, from 2015 to 2020, housing prices have went up 150%, while the average wage in Meaford has only pushed above inflation at 8.5%. With the proposed reduction in numbers of units in the Loon Call development, this will not only prevent more than 20 chances to start a new chapter of life in Meaford, but will leave the remaining units more expensive because of it, pushing out possibly more people who don't have the increased budget. When was the last time an area was built for young couples or for growing young families? A place that encourages the noise and level of energy that comes with starting that next step in life? Or has it been retirement and life leaf subdivisions where the aforementioned noise and lifestyle wouldn't be welcome? Meaford has been over the course of decades driving out young people due to the lack of jobs or housing or even just the opportunity for recreational activities. But now council has a chance to change that. Adding additional red tape and bending to people not wanting this town to grow cannot be the way. Encouraging the next generation by offering them opportunities to stay or even relocate to Meaford must be the focus. My voice might not be the one that appears very often at council meetings, speaking in favor of the developments and expansion, but it is one that I hear constantly. So many people are looking to stay in this town, to help build it up and make it into something that the next generation will also want to call their home. But if the housing market continues to go in the direction that it is now, with no supporting intervention, Meaford will look like a very different place in 10 years. Building up a community over generations was something Meaford thrived at. Participating in youth sports clubs or belonging to the same service clubs that you, your parents, and your grandparents took part in was commonplace. Now it is a rarity and will only continue to decline. I ask you now, look forward to Meaford's future and help ensure the next generation of Meaford residents can choose this town because they grew up in it and have helped shape it all their lives. Help give those people the opportunity to stay in town and call it home for their lifetime and for the next generation after that. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Adam. Your heartfelt words have been heard indeed, and that's why we are certainly looking at attainable housing as a priority for this council. We appreciate your attendance today and we appreciate your words. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to deputations on agenda items. The first one we have is Dan White.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm here to just talk about the proposition that's going to be put before you later on this afternoon about the off-leash dog areas and the changes that have been proposed. We originally struck up a survey based on the fact that they were going to make the Memorial Park a leash-only area, and we got 180 respondents in just over 1 week. All but one of them are in favor of the beach being left as is. So we got a 99.4% level. Virtually all are direct residents of the Meaford area, and only the immediate Meaford area has been surveyed because of the time constraints we were working under. We know that residents as far away as Collingwood and Owen Sound come to Meaford to use the dog beach regularly. And we've attached the comments from the survey, which I've sent to each and every one of you. Just want to read a couple of quick ones off of that list to get you a flavor. On behalf of all those whose dogs love to swim, please reconsider this decision, which was obviously not well thought out. I'm a dog owner and a taxpayer. I would like to be able to take my dogs for a swim. Meaford has always been a dog-friendly town. Let's keep it that way. This one I think is even more endearing on it. We camp at Memorial Park every year because the park offers campers an off-leash beach for our dog. We book 2 weekends in the month of August and the month of August for 2021, so our dog can enjoy the beach and the water with us. So this is going to shake that up. Back a couple years ago when AMP did their survey, they asked a question in the past year, which of the amenities and activities did you use? Out of 564 respondents, 220 of them, which is almost 40%, said that they used the dog beach. So why is Memorial Park the ideal location? It's easily accessible to persons of all ages and abilities. It's at Meaford's most popular beach and tourist destination. It's a significant selling feature for the campground. It's a safe water space for dogs free from the threat of fishing lures. No substantial current to pose a threat to smaller dogs. The beach and the water is free from debris such as driftwood found at other parks. The beach can be enjoyed by the whole family with their dog. And if dogs are forced to be in the water on leash, safety concerns such as tangled and snarled leashes are palpable. Impact on tourism. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians choose dog-friendly camping locations every year. The off-leash beach is a major selling feature for campground users. Campgoers will be disappointed that this amenity has been removed, and most of them won't realize it until they arrive. Meaford's widely branded as a pet-friendly town. However, removing off-leash privileges at the beach is not a progressive pet-friendly decision. Campers don't want to take their dogs to a secondary off-site location. And Memorial Park has washrooms, playground equipment, and trails too. This makes it an ideal place to spend the whole day with your entire family, including your dog. Dog owners will continue to take their dogs to the water at Memorial Park, and according to the original segment, they would be on leash. This won't make any difference for the amount of tourists, but will limit the exercise that the dogs themselves get. The reason that Beautiful Joe Park is nowhere near an ideal location. The Big Head River is full of fishermen, hooks, and lines. They do not mix well with dogs. It's not an accessible waterfront, and it's unsafe for older residents, children, and those with mobility issues. Tourists want one location where they can spend the day with their family. Beautiful Joe Park is often littered with broken and abandoned fishing hooks, line, lures, broken glass, garbage, and more. The Big Head River current is often strong, making it unsafe for smaller dogs and children. Floating toys are likely to be pulled downstream by the current, and some dogs won't be able to resist chasing them too far. Fish guts left over by fishermen are a constant problem. Dogs will roll in them or ingest them, and this poses a substantial health risk for many dogs. I know that this is coming up on your agenda. I know that it's being pushed forward. I would like to say that there are better opportunities to find a better solution if we have more people involved rather than just one or two people making changes and then suggesting them to you. So I hope that you will see it to either leave the dog beach as is, or at least let the group like the Parks Advisory Committee come up with a better solution than what has been already set forward before you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dan. Marissa Dalvatalis, you're next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay,
Go ahead, please.
great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Klumpus, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is a follow-up to my previous question I asked at the council meeting on March 22nd regarding the off-leash dog beach at Memorial Park. I see that this is on your agenda today to repeal the existing dogs off-leash areas bylaw 052-2013 with a staff report and recommendation to enact a new bylaw that eliminates the off-leash dog area from Memorial Park and move it to Beautiful Joe Park. However, and with all due respect to staff and council, I ask you to defer your decision and refer that matter to the Parks Advisory Committee so that they may be able to discuss it for these 5 reasons. 1, it's their mandate. According to their terms of reference, their mandate is, and I quote, to advise and assist council and staff on matters relating to the use and development of municipal park land. 2, it's a park matter, not an operational matter. An off-leash dog area is how a portion of the park is being used as per the existing bylaw at Memorial Park, or wherever it's moved to at another park. In other words, a park's current and future use is under PAC's purview. How it's managed and maintained is the operational component. 3, Deputy Mayor Keaveney encouraged it at the council meeting on March 22nd. She said, and I quote, I encourage PAC to have discussions about an off-leash waterfront area for dogs and bring that back to council. 4, local residents are expecting PAC to discuss it. The common response to email inquiries sent to the email address council@meaford.ca stated, and I quote, we have established the Parks Advisory Committee, and if you wish to express an opinion on this or any other relevant issue, I would encourage you to do so through the PAC meeting process or by contacting the clerk's office at clerk@meaford.ca email address.
Marissa, your time is up. Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate your taking the time here today.
I'm sorry, I thought I had
Sorry.
5 minutes.
Excuse me, Mayor Klumpus. Sorry that Marissa does still have 2.5 minutes remaining.
I beg your pardon. I got your message, Margaret. I'm sorry for that.
No.
Marissa, continue.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to repeat number 4. So if you can add on, I don't know, 10 seconds, whatever that was. Point number 4, local residents are expecting PAC to discuss it. The common response to email inquiries sent to the email address council@meaford.ca stated, and I quote, we have established the Parks Advisory Committee, and if you wish to express an opinion on this or any other relevant issue, I would encourage you to do so through the PAC meeting process or by contacting the clerk's office at clerk@meaford.ca. Last point, number 5, just as you've asked PAC to look into the Toboggan Hill allow PAC to look into the matter of the off-leash dog areas. And on a side note, in relation to my request and consideration of having PAC look into this park matter, I also ask that any and all email correspondence from the general public regarding the dog beach or off-leash areas be forwarded and shared in its entirety with PAC members in order for them to consider all input from the community. The best email address to reach PAC is not clerk@meaford.ca, but rather parkscommittee@meaford.ca. In conclusion, as per the 5 reasons previously stated, I ask you to defer your decision and refer this matter to the Parks Advisory Committee so that they may be able to discuss it, work with staff, and make a recommendation to council accordingly. As a thought, maybe that means keeping the dogs off-leash area as a status quo as a short-term solution as per the current bylaw, and the long-term solution to be reviewed and discussed by the Parks Advisory Committee. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marissa. And again, my apologies for cutting you
That's
short.
okay.
there.
That's okay. Thanks.
Too
That's
many
all right.
clocks here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate your passion and I appreciate your comments.
Awesome. Thanks.
And with that, we will move on to public questions. And we have one registered from Barry Ward. Barry, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the mayor and councilors in advance for considering the following. I have 2 areas of concern. The first is a specific concern, the second more general in nature. The first regards the 1953 indenture that transferred the lands that comprise Memorial Park from Judge Cyrus Frank Moore to the town of Meaford as a public park for the residents of the town of Meaford. And I emphasize that, for the residents of the town of Meaford. The terms of the indenture are quite clear, and I quote from its final page. It is hereby declared and agreed that this indenture and the said covenants shall inure to the benefit of and be binding upon the parties hereto, their heirs, executors, administrators, successors, and assigns respectively. Under the Ontario Municipal Act, the town of Meaford is recognized as a responsible and accountable government. As such, it is not unreasonable to expect the town to conduct itself in accordance with any and all laws and or documents that provide legal guidance. Judge Moore's intent was clearly identified in the indenture. Said document does not identify use of the land as a campground. Once sites are rented, they are effectively no longer accessible by the residents of Meaford, and as such, those spaces no longer public. The legacy of Judge Moore's generous gifts should have been honored by adhering to the terms detailed in this indenture. I would add also that it's my understanding that the Moore family presently is not in agreement with the draft master plan, specifically as regards efforts to expand RV and trailer infrastructure. So clearly the first order of business prior to acceptance of a master plan that risks further altering the park's original intent and character are necessary revisions to the indenture agreed to by both parties as identified in the indenture. In the interim, until the indenture is revised, no further expenses to maintain specifically the waterfront sites and associated higher costs, i.e. retention wall infrastructure, should be incurred. In consideration of the following, or pardon me, of the above, I ask the following question. Will town council and staff commit to entering into negotiations with the descendants of Judge Moore to revise the original legal document prior to moving forward with acceptance of a master plan that is clearly not in accordance with the indenture signed in 1953? That was my question. The second item is a comment, and I'd like to comment on statements that Councillor Steve Bartley made during a recent AMP Zoom meeting. In that meeting, Councillor Bartley expressed his opinion that through the land transfer from Judge Moore to the town of Meaford, the town was granted providence over the park to develop it as they see fit. Additionally, on his comments, the town residents would have access to the beach near the retaining wall, protecting the lower campsites when water levels fall. It is my understanding that a majority of town residents want access to the full length of shoreline, accessing same via a naturalized shoreline.
Barry, I'm going to have to introduce you here. Thank you very much. Your time is up with your question. Appreciate you coming and sharing with us your concerns. Thanks very much for coming. We have a very long agenda ahead of us, folks, and so we've been trying to keep to some sort of a schedule here. And we'll move on now to council inquiry. So anything coming from council? Please let me know. Councillor Kentner, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Greenfield.
Through your worship.
Councillor Kentner.
Thank you. Through your worship. I have 3 quick questions for Tori, if she's available.
Yes.
So I'll try and be very quick. First of all, I thought that we had found a way to safely open the leaves and garden waste during one of the lockdowns previously. And I just wondered, what is the plan for this spring? Are we waiting for the end of the current lockdown, or is there a way to open that because a lot of people have a lot of leaves bagged and ready to go? I also would like to ask her about the plan to take down the fencing at David Johnson Park, and to inquire of her about the long-range plan for the 3rd line reconstruction. I just don't know where in our long-term plan that might be envisioned. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through your worship, thank you for the questions. So the first one with the leaf and yard waste, we are currently working on a plan to open it as was originally planned, which is this Friday and Saturday as the first weekend of leaf and yard waste drop off. We are currently working on correspondence to get out so that residents are also aware of this. Last week was a week of discussions on what to do, but we have figured out a safe way, as we did last year, to open up that facility. The fencing at the park, unfortunately, that would be a question for Darcy. So I can follow up with him on that. And then the last, on the 3rd concession, I will have to follow up with you on that one as well. I'm not aware of it in our short-term planning, but I can follow up with council on where it sits with any reconstruction work.
Thank you, Tori. And I believe Matt is here instead of Darcy, who is attending elsewhere.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Darcy is currently tied up in the PILT appeal. He will be joining us later for Committee of the Whole, but in the meantime, I assume Councillor Kentner is talking about the fencing around the area that was eroded during some storms last year. We'll have to get back to you on that because it is through Darcy's group, but I don't know quite where we're up to in terms of repairs or long-term plans for that park.
Thank you for that, Matt. Over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I have 3 questions as well. Sorry, Tori, 2 for you, and one that Matt, I'm sure you'll be able to answer. So, Tori, wonder if you could share with us where we are with the enterprise leasing program. Have we acquired all the vehicles, and just what type of update can you share with us on that whole program?
Through your worship, we are currently still working through the program. COVID has definitely caused some delays that we wouldn't see under regular circumstances, but we do actually have some vehicles that have already been delivered to enterprise, and so they're working on putting on some of the aftermarket pieces of the vehicle before we receive them. Some of the other vehicles we won't be receiving until later in the year, so our contract with enterprise for those vehicles won't start until later. So that's the update to date. I mean, it is unfortunately constantly changing, just as the vehicle market has been significantly impacted by COVID, but it is proceeding as we planned, and we should see everything by the end of the year.
Perfect. Thank you. And Your Worship, if I may,
Yeah.
for Tori, I haven't asked you for a little while, the settlement and hamlet signs, any idea when we may be able to get those installed?
Through your worship. So one of the remaining things is that we were trying to confirm the locations because some of them seem to be slightly off of what we were, the known locations of where those should be put up. So we have those, and so we have put in for locate. So now that the ground's a bit softer, we should be able to install those. So you should be seeing them shortly.
That's great news.
Yeah.
And your worship, if I may, for Matt, in relation to the parking passes, do we think that there'll be any opportunity for folks to get those passes online, or will they need to physically go to the library and municipal office?
Can I suggest that we deal with that during the paid parking program report, because there may well be other related questions?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Greenfield, over to you. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Again, to Director Victoria, a couple of questions, and this first one may be dealt with, as Mr. Smith has just mentioned here a minute ago. The no parking signs on Miller Street, especially the Hill area. I understand there are going to be more signs, which is a good thing, and I do hope our bylaw enforcement officers will be instructed to check out the parking there more often. The second question, Tori, is grading of gravel roads. Now I know this wet weather the last couple of days has put a damper, if you'll pardon the pun, on grading, but have we started grading our rural roads yet? Are we waiting to put gravel on them first, or can you give me an update on just where we're at with grading on the gravel roads? Thank you.
Matt, I don't know if you want to say something first.
Sure, I could deal with the first part of that. Yes, Tori and I have been talking about signage on Miller Street. We've put some up, and there'll be some more coming. In terms of the enforcement of it, it is being added to what is our sort of regular patrol routes of known hotspots, if you like. Obviously, at this time of year, or up till now, we only have limited staff, and so we don't tend to be doing a lot of parking enforcement out of hours. But as we get into better weather and have some of our summer staff come on, then we'll have more in evenings and weekends, and so there'll be a bit more enforcement of some of those locations.
And just to add to Matt's comments, and just to provide council with a bit of information, there have been some parking issues on Miller Street, and as those have come to our attention, we also realized that the existing parking bylaw actually already had no stopping along Miller Street between the County Road and Owen Street. However, no signage had ever been installed, and so we did install signage and used everything we had in our stock, but it wasn't enough to provide as much signage as we would like. So we have ordered more to kind of fill in some of the gaps that currently exist where people seem to continue to park. So we will be installing those once they are received. And then with regards to the grading, yes, we have started grading our granular roads within the rural area. Yes, the weather definitely impacts when we can do that, but we will be continuing. We do have our 3-year granular resurfacing program occurring this year. So we will be having a contractor come in to do additional granular on a third of our roads, which will obviously help some of those roads that haven't had that additional granular within the past 3 years. But we will continue to grade them and do any repairs that are necessary that we see throughout the spring and summer.
Thank you, Tori. Councillor Bartley, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, to Tori again, sorry, Tori, on the lease agreement that we're going ahead with, this year we purchased a new fire truck for the inspector, and we're purchasing a 1-ton dump truck. Are them two sales still going forward with the lease agreement pending?
Through your worship, We have just spoken with the fire department about bringing those vehicles into the lease program. So that would be the intention, is that they would also fall under that lease program, so that replacement costs wouldn't be seen through the budget process.
So are we going ahead with buying a new fire truck and then handing it over to the lease company?
Through your worship, no, we're not. The capital project that was in the 2021 budget has gone by the wayside now that we can include it in the lease program.
Okay, thank you. We can bring that up at a different time then. And I just actually 2 comments, if I may, on previous things. The fencing around David Johnson Park and Memorial Park. I know I'm not a lawyer, but it's fencing off a small foot drop onto a sandy beach. I think it looks deplorable. And Matt, if you want to pass it on to Darcy, I do not believe that either one of these fences should be there. And having said that, Harley, just to back up what Tori said, they've been grading our roads for about 3 weeks now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bartley. Is there anything further from council? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Tori also. And Tori, my question is about number 30 Side Road in North Sydenham. There's been a lot of work done on that side road, as I have firsthand experience with that side road. We're seeing a lot of work on the ditches. And my question is this, with the length of time that I've lived out there, I can't recall a time when I've seen so much work being done on that stretch of road. And my real question is this: is number 30 Side Road being contemplated as the route for TC Energy to have access to the military base through the Morley Gate? Thank you.
Through your worship, all the maintenance that our staff are completing is for the maintenance of the roadway. We aren't completing any works for any other projects. So no, that is not the reason for that work being completed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything further from council? Seeing nothing there, then we'll move on to motions and bylaws for decision. And the first being the consent agenda. We have seen many of these 5 items before, that have come before council, and there's an opportunity to move these in a block should we so desire. So we'll go through the 5 items that we have on the agenda now, and if there is anything that council wishes to pull, please let me know. The first one is COR 2021-13, the library facility post-project analysis and long-term debt issuance. B is COR 2021-14, the award of tender for Sykes Street North reconstruction. C is COR 2021-15, again, award of tender for the supply and delivery of 2 new tandem snow plows. D is COR 2021-16, the 8th concession reconstructor, again, another tender. And DEV 2021-16 is the 22nd Side Road purchase request for the Diedre, Devins, and Manuel Diaz property request. Are there any of those items that anyone wishes to pull? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull A.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor?
Your worship, C, please. And may I suggest that E be pulled just so I can leave the room while that's voted on?
B, I'm sorry.
C.
C and?
C, the snow plows, and then
Yes.
E, just so I can leave the room while council votes on that one, as I declared.
Okay. And I think we're just about going to have them all. I saw another hand up. Councillor Kentner.
Just, I also wanted to see pulled. Thank you.
So that, now, Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing which one you want, B or E?
I'm, go ahead, Matt.
Sorry, I'll leap in. Madam Mayor, we must pull item E, the sale of the road allowance item, just because Deputy Mayor has declared on that, so we can't consider it as part of the consent agenda with her present.
Thank you very much. I wasn't sure what I heard there. Thank you. So the consent agenda then will incorporate B, which is the award of tender, and D, which is the 8th concession reconstruction tender. As may I have a mover and a seconder for those two items, please? Councillor Bartley, Councillor Greenfield. All in favor of that, those recommendations, and that is carried. Okay, so now we are moving into a little different situation now with our process for the council meetings and for hearing of items that are up for discussion. And instead of having a staff report on, or a presentation rather, on the reports that they've already prepared and submitted to council, I will be reading the recommendation coming forward and asking for a mover and seconder to put that on the table for discussion. And we will then move from there. And any questions that council may have in this regard will be directed to appropriate staff person. So the first one we have is a COR 2021-13, the library facility post-project analysis. And the recommendation coming forward is that the council and municipality direct staff to work in consultation with Infrastructure Ontario to draft the necessary loan documents to finalize the long-term debt for new Meaford Public Library at a term of 15 years with a total loan not to exceed $2,050,000 funded through the annual tax levy, and a further $1,075,000 to be funded from library DC funds. Could I have a mover and a seconder? I'm assuming, Councillor Bell, since you asked to have that pulled, that you will move that. Will you? And a seconder, please? Councillor Bartley, thank you. And Councillor Bell, you have a question on this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our treasurer is not here, this may make for difficult answers from the remaining senior staff. But I am going to ask the question, and then it can be determined maybe through the clerk's office how I'd like to have our treasurer, Mr. Chapman, really give a definitive answer on this, but I will ask the question. So it has to do with the long-term debt, and it has to do with what council was told working our way through the project as that project was happening. And I read through it one more time, and from the very beginning, at least I on council believed that there were DC charges which were absolutely able to have been applied, just like other aspects of, for an example, the sale of 390 Sykes Street. Those finances, when they happened, were absolutely applied. Now, at the last meeting, our treasurer said that there were no monies really in the DC charges available. And so now in our report, we're looking at $1 million to acquire the DC funding over a period of time as those DC charges are able to be acquired. So the question that I really had for Mr. Chapman was, maybe I'm the only one on council who didn't pick this up so well, but I got the clear impression that there never was any DC charges available. And through the report, we were told initially that there was approximately 960,000. And then a report said that there was 1 million, almost 1,000,003. And then the final report said that there was again down around 900,000. So to me, I am very much confused as to how the treasurer going through how to pay for the library when, like I say, I may be only one of 7 that was confused on this, but it just seems that there never was any development charges. that we were able to apply directly to the long-term debt, and that really and truthfully, we are looking at $3 million in debt. So if any other member of senior staff is able to answer that, that's all right. And or maybe the clerk has an idea how Mr. Chapman could give an accounting. It depends on senior staff's comfort level. Thank you.
Rob, over to you for an answer on this.
Sorry, thank you, Worship. I was going to say if Matt had something first, but I can try first. I think we can deal with this. So matters that are funded from development charges don't actually always mean that the money is in the bank yet. It can be from both development charges received from future funds that will be received as additional development comes on. I think the key thing for council to be aware of that when that is funded from development charges, it does not mean in any way is it funded from the taxpayer. Development charges, if you end up proceeding with a project in advance of money being in the bank, it's funded from either loaning it from one fund to another or taking out a loan, but those interest rates are also recovered from new development as well. So I think that's the best way to explain. I don't know the actual details on how the number fluctuated and what was in the bank, but I think that's the best way to explain how the development charges gets applied to the development. I think a good example as we move forward with the sewage plant, we're not even close to having the money in the bank for the future growth that will require that expansion. So similarly, the library's been built for the future growth that we're anticipating to come. So we haven't got that money in the bank yet. So it has to be just self-funded within the program itself.
Thank
Matt,
you. Matt, do you
thank you,
have...
Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I've kind of now come to that conclusion, and it's the same then ultimately when fellow Councillor Kentner was talking about, you know, the tobogganing hill getting developed. I know that Mr. Chapman was quoted on the radio the following day that he mentioned that there was in the neighborhood of $960,000 to be applied to that. So again, that would be a process exactly like you have stated, Mr. Armstrong, that would be something. So I guess my punchline on this would be, when this happens, for clarity, I would really appreciate the funding being really fully explained on that aspect. And I have one final question on the library. As the process was being built, and it said that the project team that was working through this, I got the impression that the team made a decision of over $168,000 to do the roof and the insulation that was required when they did the roof. And I mean, at my age, I could definitely have forgot when this happened. But did that expenditure of over $150,000 come before council, or did the management team do this? And if they did, that's the way it needs to be. Thank you.
Rob, over to you.
Yeah, through council, through an update report through the construction, it was my understanding that that roof replacement did come, and council was advised that we were to proceeding with that, from what I recall. Matt, do you have anything?
I do. Yeah, Rob's correct. It was in an update report, one of the 6 that have come to council over the course of the project. This money was actually covered by the contingencies, so nothing went over the budget that council had approved, and that's why council didn't have to approve this individual expense individually, so it could be dealt with by the project team internally. Just to follow up on the development charges part as well, the treasurer is clearly managing to listen to 2 different things at once, because he has dropped me a note while we're talking. So he's confirming what Rob is saying, that when we as staff talk about that there is development charges allocated to a project, we're talking about the development charges study that council approves approximately once every 5 years. Then that money is then either collected or if it's not collected by the point that we wish to use it, we apply a loan to it. And Rob's absolutely correct that any interest payments on that would also come from the development charges when we do get that money back in the long run. I do think we can absolutely take the point, though, that when we're talking about development charges, then we can certainly make it clear whether that's money that we've got up front already or whether it's money that we will be accruing over years and have to take a loan out in the short term.
Thank you for that, Matt. Councillor Bartley, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Actually, two comments. One to Councillor Bell. It did come before council and it was in the contingency fund, and we agreed unanimously to put a new roof on the place because the money was already there. Number two, when we were told about the loan for the DC charges 2 weeks ago, I was floored. I did not know anything about it, and I thought I was pretty clear on everything. I've talked to Darcy. Darcy has apologized for not making it clear. And going forward, we need to get $87,000 a year out of DC charges to pay for that loan. Mr. Armstrong, do you think there's $87,000 a year in library DC charges?
Unfortunately, I don't know the per unit, but with the development that we're anticipating, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't get it over the period of time.
That's a question we'll propose to Darcy when we can get to him. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification on the DC charges, this is over a 15-year period we're looking at. Is it not the same as what the loan is taken for? And if it is a 15-year period, I would venture a guess that we should be able to gather that much in DC charges. But I'm hoping I got the time limit to that.
Matt, you have a comment?
Yeah, just on that loan recovery element, the reason that the money is $1,075,000 is because that's what the development charges background study will allow us to apply to this, or it would have allowed slightly more, I think, if we'd had to. The background study creates these numbers based on expected development and the assumption that we will collect the money back. So you wouldn't ever put money in a development charges background study that the consultants who put that together think we'd never ever achieve because we wouldn't have that much development. It's all based around, and that's why council establishes the development charge fees that it does, is so that it can cover the amount of money that's in the background study over a period of time.
Thank you, Matt. Any further questions on this item? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All in favor of moving this forward? Are there any nays? No, we're all covered. Thank you. That is approved. The next one is COR 2021-15 is the award of tender for the supply and delivery of 2 new tandem snow plows. And I believe Councillor Kentner, did you ask to have that pulled?
It wasn't in mine that someone else did, and I then didn't. But yeah, I'll move.
All right, I need a mover and a seconder.
I'll be happy to move it.
Thank you, and Deputy Mayor. All right, then I will ask. I don't know. Remember now who initially asked to have this pulled, but I'll open it up. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that was me, but I think most of us will want to speak to it anyway. In relation to the request to purchase 2 new snowplows, I have 2 questions. First one being, with the lease program through Enterprise, has there been consideration given to also leasing heavy equipment such as these snowplows? And I guess I'll give my second question as well, so Tori can speak to it all. Our 2 mechanics, and now that we know that we're going to have the new fleet and their time will be freed up to work on heavy equipment, is there any thinking that they would have more time to work on the 2 current snowplows to get them through the next season. I'm looking to see if they can keep these snow plows in reasonable working order so that council can deliberate when we see the full budget coming up this fall for 2022.
Over to you, Tori.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with regards to leasing the vehicles, I am not aware that there's any lease program that's similar to the enterprise program that we'd be able to utilize for these larger pieces of machinery. We do rent pieces of machinery at certain times of year to ensure that we can get as much work done as possible. However, these pieces of equipment are very expensive at those rental rates. So I'm not aware of any lease programs, but it's definitely something that we can continue to look into. With regards to when we replace these two vehicles and the maintenance of these vehicles, since the last council meeting, we have actually got an update from the different suppliers that bid on this project, on these vehicles. And it has been identified that the plow and the associated plow components themselves will not be available to us until 2023. So there have been delays again due to COVID, unfortunately. And so any decisions we make, we won't actually receive anything until 2023. So yes, our mechanics will have to work diligently to ensure that these vehicles can stay on the road for this time period. In the later years of our plow vehicles, we do move them to some of the lighter load locations to ensure that they can still be used for municipal work, but aren't in some of the more difficult locations. With that being said, I did want to make it council aware that based on this timing update that we have received, there is a possibility that we could, through this tender, pre-award one plow in 2022 budget and one in the 2023 budget, because we don't pay for the plows until we actually receive them, which would then distribute the equipment costs over those 2 years. As we don't have any other plow replacements in those years, we do have some other heavy duty vehicles, but that are of a lesser dollar amount than the plows themselves. So that is something that council could consider.
Thank you for that, Tori. Councillor Kentner, and then Councillor Beck.
Thank you. Through your worship, I guess my concern with this whole thing is that I wasn't really prepared for the 8% increase that was staring us in the face when we sat down to look at the 2021 budget. And if we're, sitting down to 10 or 12% for 2022, and we've already spent $600,000 of it, it makes it very, very difficult to, there's no wiggle room left for council in this decision. So I'd like to hear from other members of council about the idea of ordering one, but I certainly think that we will paint ourselves in a very tight corner if we order both. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Councillor Bell and then Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for the report. I did something that I just needed to investigate for myself. And I contacted a company in Northern Ontario, many hours away from here. And they've been building plow equipment for many, many years. So they gave me a bit of an education. So on a lot of the comments that senior staff brought forward, they're pretty accurate. This particular company I did talk to, though, they have half a dozen plows that are brand spanking new. They are on their lot and they are ready to be sold. Money that's been talked about for the price of a plow is pretty accurate. And they also confirmed this, that if they were asked to build a plow that has some specific requirements that they don't normally put into their particular equipment, they did tell me 10-month lead time. So the comments from Mr. Chapman before were pretty accurate. But as far as having specialized equipment and something really peculiar, this particular company I talked to said that they've been building plows for many years with Viking equipment, and that they have pretty standard stuff sitting on their lot. So the price that's being talked about is accurate. And from my aspect on doing something before the next budget, I'm not really inclined to do that at this point. And that's because I did find out that it depends. It depends on the dealership, and it depends on a lot of factors. But I just reserve myself at this time from moving forward ahead of the budget time to do 2 plows. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Madam Mayor.
Tori, did you want to speak to that first?
Thank you, Worship, and sorry for butting in. I just wanted to identify that every company that bid on this project that we are currently aware of has identified that unfortunately right now that 10-month lead time is not what we would be seeing. We'd be seeing a significantly longer period of time. Normally 10 months is what we do see, but right now because the Viking plow equipment is quite delayed due to constraints that have occurred due to COVID, that we wouldn't be seeing these until 2023. So if today these were approved and we move forward with the process, the earliest we would be seeing these is 2023. So we wouldn't have to be providing any funds until we receive the plows.
Thank you for that, Tori. Councillor Bartley, you were next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And to Tori, before I comment, can you answer me a question? How many pieces of kit or how many large vehicles or heavy equipment do we own?
So we have 10. Yeah, we have 10 plow trucks and approximately 5 other heavy duty vehicles. So with that 15-year replacement cycle, we should be seeing approximately 1 large piece of equipment every year. However, there are some other pieces of specialty equipment we would also be seeing overlapping some of those. So in 2022, we currently do have these 2 that have reached that 15-year end of life with the municipality. However, in 2023, there is a gap of a year where we don't have another plow replacement. And that's why I did recommend that we could split these 2 plows through this tender over the 2022 budget and 2023 budget. So you'd only see about $300,000 allocated for the 2022 budget, and then the additional $300,000 allocated to the 2023 budget.
Thank you. And that's my thought process exactly. If we did a large vehicle every other year, it'd take 30 years for us to replace a fleet, which is no good. I believe you should do at least 1 a year. Getting back to Councillor Kentner's thoughts, I did have a good conversation with our treasurer about next year's budget. There is $530,000 in there already for fleet replacement, and actually possibly 600,000. And as we stand, and there's no guarantees of this, it looks like we're going to start out at a 5% increase next year. That's what it looks like, and that can change tomorrow. So I've got that down pat. So I was fully intending on bringing a motion forward that we do 1 vehicle this year. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this isn't so much a question for staff, but just a comment. Being these times in COVID, it seems to be very strange. We thought we were going to be in trouble last year with ordering stuff and having supply chains being broken. But it seemed like last year everything went smoothly and everybody was kind of oblivious to it. But I can only speak about the agriculture industry. And I know it's not quite the same as the heavy truck industry. But things are starting to seem to get awfully tight. And if you think you want a piece of equipment, you better soon start ordering it for a very long lead time. For whatever reason, whether it's the plant shutdowns or the steel shortage or whatever it is, if even if we do delay this this contract, I feel we'll pay way more on a percentage of increase than we will if we than we can ever save through taxes by extending the life of a vehicle for another year. So I do try and caution my fellow councillors that the supply chains do seem to be getting thinner and thinner, and it does seem to be getting to be more of a concern about ordering equipment, especially large pieces. So I have no problem with the recommendation as it stands, having the two ordered here right now. And if we don't have to pay it till 23, I guess I guess you just defer. You put the cost through next year, and then it doesn't really get booked until it comes delivery time, I think is how it works. But I would get them ordered here now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vickers. And Matt, did I see your hand?
You did, Madam Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things, really trying to learn the lesson from the DC library funds conversation and try and make sure that everybody's all on the same page. Because from what I'm hearing from council, I think there's actually sort of 3 different reasons why different members of council are sort of unsure about this one. So in terms of approving things for future budgets, it's relatively unusual that we would do it this early in the year. But unfortunately, you will continue to see that for large, heavy equipment in particular, because as Councillor Bell said, even in the good times, it's a 10-month lead time for a snowplow. And so if we want to be able to use it in 2022, we really have no choice other than to start trying to procure it at this stage. So it is one of those things that sort of will always keep coming up. And so if council's got concerns about doing pre-budget approvals, then it will always just delay us. And so we wouldn't, even if we pass the budget for 2022 in December, the earliest we could potentially even get one of these would be in a normal year, December the following year, but in this case, much later. My concern about saying we only want one at this stage would be that then when we get to next year, we'll be in the same situation because we'll still need to replace the second. We could, as Tori said, allocate one of these to each of the next 2 years' budgets, and I can suggest some words on how we would do that in an agenda, in a motion, if we would like to. The other comment was a Deputy Mayor mentioned the mechanics and things, and this is something that the council's brought up a number of times over the last 6 months or so related to large equipment in particular, and whether that means that we can do we can lengthen the lifespan of these vehicles. What I might suggest is, and we could add it to this resolution if council so wanted, is that you give us some direction to bring back to council the lifespan of these heavy equipments, because right now we are based on the 10, 12, 15 years. You could ask us to do some research into, particularly acknowledging the mechanics and other things in the marketplace, what it would be and whether it would be advisable to move to 12, 14 and 18 years or something along those lines. That way a report can come back to council that can actually try and show you how much it is costing to do each of these vehicles on an annual basis, particularly as the age, compared to the annualized cost up front. So if council wanted to do something like that, maybe that would be a good plan, because then rather than having this conversation every 2 council meetings whenever we're talking about another piece of machinery, we could sort of bring it back and council could set their preference for lifespans of heavy machinery.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Director Tory. Concerning the 2022 budget, going a little bit aside to the light trucks, the light duty trucks. It seems to me when we got the report from Enterprise that they were talking about a substantial outlay of funding in 2022 for light duty trucks. Am I correct on that? And if I am correct, I think we have to keep that in mind when it comes to any fleet replacement for next year, for 2022.
So the benefit of the enterprise program is that we will be paying the same annually. So regardless of what the actual costs are through enterprise, because it is a lease program, the municipality sees the same costs year over year. So it will be approximately $170,000 that will be allocated in the budget for that program. And you'll see that same cost unless we start seeing savings and can start reducing that. But it shouldn't vary from year to year. It has been standardized through that lease program.
Thank you for that, Tori. Councillor Bell, I did see your hand up. Thanks.
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. To Mr. Smith's comments, I would like to do that, actually. I would like to have something in place to look at a little bit longer length of time. And my point on the length of time is, I think, Councillor Vickers, you could also understand this, that these plows have some very big leadered engines in them, big diesel engines, and the amount of kilometers that they have got on. I know that putting on 500,000 kilometers on a diesel engine like that in the private sector is pretty common. So I would like to investigate longevity, a little lengthier time. So whatever I need to do to start that process, I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Smith.
Okay, over to you, Matt.
If it's okay with you, Madam Mayor, I think maybe I'd let Councillor Bartley comment as well, because I think we might be able to tie them both together.
Okay, you obviously know what he's going to say. Councillor Bartley?
Well, he's got mental telepathy because him and I haven't talked. But having said that, I brought this up at the last council meeting, and it was explained to us that we shouldn't lengthen the length of vehicles that we presently have because they haven't been given the attention that they deserve. But going forward, we could lengthen the time of keeping them if we look after them properly. So yes, that should go forward like you said, Matt. And having said that, if Tori's telling us that there's no requests coming in 2023, then I think we should order these two vehicles as long as half of it comes out of 22's budget and half out of 23's budget, as long as there's nothing else going to hit the plate for 23. Thank you.
Can you guarantee that? Tori?
Thank you, through your worship. Just, I guess, to clarify that whole point. So I'm looking right now at our fleet inventory and replacement schedule. Unfortunately, 2022 is a busy year for fleet replacement. So we do have those two plows identified, which clearly are being dealt through this report. And then also we have the rubber tire loader, which is also identified as one of the heavy duty fleet replacement that will be coming to council. However, it is as much as it is an expensive piece of equipment, it is less expensive than the snow plow replacements. And then in 2023, the only piece of heavy duty equipment that we currently have identified for replacement is the sidewalk utility tractor. So that would be coming forward, but again, is less expensive than the significant plow replacement that we are seeing this year. So by offsetting these over 2 years, it would definitely help reduce the impact to the budget and ensure that they're still being replaced.
Thank you for that, Tori. So Matt, do you have a proposal for wording for what Councillor Bell wanted to see?
I do, and I think I can combine Councillor Bell and Councillor Bartley's sort of requests here into one amending motion if they're both happy with that. What we would do is change item 1 of the recommendation to say give 2022 pre-budget approval in the amount of 300,000 for the supply and delivery of 1 new tandem snowplow. we would add a second clause there to say, give 2023 pre-budget approval in the amount of 300,000 for the supply and delivery of one new tandem snowplow. And then we would add an additional clause at the end of the resolution to say, direct staff to bring forward a report and recommendations related to the fleet replacement programme.
Is that, does that suit you, Councillor Bell? And is that something you would move?
Actually, I will do that, Madam Mayor. I know that what I said just a few minutes ago about doing things pre-budget, but I think this will be an example where listening to my fellow councillors and their opinions, I value them greatly, and I am comfortable with doing one plow this year and one in the future. And I guess it just goes to show that I don't enter council completely closed-minded. So I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. With that, then, Deputy Mayor, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Worship, and just quickly, and agreeing with Councillor Bell, I too came into the meeting thinking that shouldn't go forward with this pre-budget, but I have been persuaded, and I just wondered if it's possible to, or whether we need to include in the motion for Tory to consider continuing to watch for leasing opportunities for heavy fleet.
I didn't catch all of what you said, Deputy Mayor. I don't know if I'm the only one. Your voice seems to be wavering a bit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The last bit.
Carry on, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I was going to request of Matt whether or not it needed to be part of the motion to have Tory continue to look for leasing opportunities for heavy equipment should they become available.
Would that be a second motion?
Madam Mayor, my suggestion would be that not go in a motion. That really is what you employ us to do for all of our activities. So it is just something that we're always looking for efficiencies and for new programs that would make our operations better. So I would see looking at leasing programs for heavy machinery very much as being part of that.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Before I go to you, Councillor Kentner, I need a seconder for this amendment. Councillor Bartley, thank you. And then over to you, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. I wasn't sure that I heard in Mr. Smith's motion a reference to the replacement schedule for these heavy vehicles.
For you, Madam Mayor, yep, that would be the last clause that we would add on to the end, which would be to direct staff to bring forward a report and recommendations related to the fleet replacement programme.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything further? I think we're going to have a good read again, Mr. Smith, if you wouldn't mind, of the recommendation that we're going to vote on at this point.
Okay, so the amended motion would do three things, or the amending motion, sorry, I should say, would do three things. Firstly, it would change number 1 on the recommendation in front of you to say, give 2022 pre-budget approval in the amount of 300,000 for the supply and delivery of one new tandem snowplow. Secondly, it would add an additional clause to say, give 2023 pre-budget approval in the amount of 300,000 for the supply and delivery of one new tandem snowplow. And thirdly, it would add a clause at the end, which would now become clause 5, to say direct staff to bring forward a report and recommendations related to the fleet replacement programme and schedule.
Okay, is that clear for everyone? Any clarification needed on that? Then I will call the question. All in favor of that amended recommendation coming forward? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Good discussion, everyone.
So, Madam Mayor, if I can just add in there that now we obviously have to vote on the main motion. The bit that I just want to clarify before we do take that vote is that the current clause 2 on your agenda, approve the award of tender INFTS 2021-03, supply and delivery of 2 new tandem snowplows to Lewis Motor Sales for $595,263.36, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. That does not change. What you've just done is said we'll pay half next year and half the year after. So we would be entering into a contract for those 2. So that would mean this is a done deal and nothing can be changed afterwards.
Right. All right. We're all in favor of that. Amended motion. I will call the question. All in favor of the motion as amended, including clause 2. And that is carried. Good work, Matt. Thank you. Then we have DEV 2021-16, the 22nd side road purchase request for Diedre, Devins, and Manuel Diaz. And it is noted that Councillor Keaveney, or Deputy Mayor Keaveney, has exited the meeting. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to discuss this briefly. I've been in contact with the owner. Oh, sorry, Rob.
I don't think it's been moved and seconded, Your Worship. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
I thought that's what Councillor Bartley was doing. Are you moving the motion?
I'm moving that motion.
That's what I thought you were doing. Yeah, and Councillor Vickers is seconding. Thank you.
Just trying to help Matt out on process. So.
Thank you. And me too.
Did Matt declare also?
Pardon me?
Now,
Go
did
ahead.
Matt declare? He's gone also. Anyways, may I speak to this,
Yes,
Madam
please, go
Mayor?
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been in contact with the property owner that has requested the sale of this road. And I've been talking to different people with the Snowmobile Club, the Trail Club, and whatnot, trying to make this happen for her because it's going to be $150,000. In contact with her today, she can't wait any longer. She wants to go ahead and do the road to municipal standards. She's not very happy about it, but she wants to do that. And there's several questions I have for the road. Rob, who would I talk to, or who would she talk to? Can she start at any time?
Yeah, I would direct them to reach out to Tori and Jessica.
Okay.
They're the ones that worked on the agreement with regard to the road, and reach out to them on timing for sure.
Thank you.
So the recommendation then is that we deny the request to purchase a portion of the 22nd side road and to construct a public road as the appropriate method of access to the subject lot, and to direct staff to prepare an agreement under section 326 of the Municipal Act for council consideration. Is there any further discussion on this? Then I will call a question. All in favor of this recommendation as presented? And that is carried. Okay. How are we doing? We've been sitting for an hour and a half. Do we need a 5-minute break? Yes.
Madam Mayor, can I suggest we deal with the next 2 because they'll be relatively quick, and then I can get Darcy logged in during a recess before committee of the whole.
All right, that was the timing I had suggested, but an hour and a half is a bit of a sit. So, all right, we will move into dealing with these next 2 items for consideration. DEV 2021-28 is a site plan approval agreement amendment. The recommendation is to grant conditional site plan approval for 1,000 square foot addition to the existing structure on those lands. Described as part lot 1569, plan 309, being part 1, plan 16 R-9087, known municipally as 35 Stewart Street, subject to execution of an amending site plan. Is there any comment on this coming forward? Councillor Greenfield?
I'd just like to move to bring it forward, Your Worship.
Thank you. And a seconder, please, Councillor Bell. Discussion? No questions before council or for staff? Then I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation going forward to council? And that is carried. The next one is DEV 2021-22 is the Meaford Golf Course draft plan of condominium. The recommendation is that council of the municipality Meaford support draft plan approval of the vacant land plan of condominium to the County of Grey, subject to the conditions contained in the report. And it is noted again that our Deputy Mayor Keaveney has left the meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table? Councillor Vickers and Councillor Bell. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to address a comment that was on the inside of our councillor's package. And it has to do with comments from folks who live in the immediate area. And there was a comment that was put forward about speeding that's on that road. And how, you know, I believe the deputy mayor was quoted as telling a particular ratepayer, you know, that they can contact the police advisory committee on speeding and those kinds of issues. And I just wanted to confirm that when we meet with the police, the committee brings forward these very items to the police, and that it has been duly noted to the police, this particular stretch of road, along with other areas in and around Meaford, for the police to understand that there is a problem of speeding in these particular spots. I wanted the ratepayer, if they're listening and watching the program, to understand that these issues have been brought before the police, and it is the advisory committee's position to simply bring these items before the police, and that the police make the decisions where they deploy their forces. And all we can do is just bring forward things just like this. And they are aware of that in that particular area. And I just wanted to state that so that folks know that when they send forward comments, they just don't go empty. We actually do something with them. And if we hadn't got back to the particular individual or individuals that put forward these comments, that we do when we meet with the police, we do talk about that. And so I just wanted to bring that forward, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to Mr. Armstrong. It talks in here about sewage hookup. Do you see any issues getting this stage into the sewer system?
Your worship, based on timing, they will have the allocation based on the number of units, based on our capacity.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation moving forward? And that is carried. All right, now I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess to our stretch, and we will gather back at, well, it would be 2:40. Please turn off your camera. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We are now down to Committee of the Whole, and I will ask for a mover and a seconder to move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Vickers, Deputy Mayor, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. The first item is COR 2021-19 is the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the transfer to and from reserves and reserve funds as itemized in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 attached to report COR 2021-19. I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Vickers and Councillor Greenfield. And I'll open it up for questions to staff. If there are any, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I guess, Darcy, you're here now. On page 83 of our agenda, the reserve short-term disability. Could you explain that one a little bit to us?
Certainly, through your worship, the municipality has a comprehensive benefits package for staff, but one of the things that was removed from that benefits package a couple of years ago to help with cost savings was for the third party to insure short-term disability. So we now have a reserve fund. So in the event that people go on short-term disability, we can fund those costs while we have to backfill that person's wages.
So is it cheaper to go the insurance way or self-fund it?
Through your worship, it's effectively between 5 and 10% cheaper to self-fund it because it's a pass-through cost from the insurer. They just charge us whatever the payout is plus a premium on top for administration. So based on that, that's why we just went back to self-funding, because it wasn't huge money, but we might as well save what we could.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. And welcome. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship, and welcome, Mr. Chapman. On page 4 of 6 of the reserve fund transfers, we're, if I can find it here again, transferring some reserve money into the transfer of excess bag tag revenues to offset possible reduced revenues in 2021. I guess 2 questions. Is that something we do every year, or I guess the second question is, are we expecting reduced revenues? And I can't imagine why we would be when we increase the bag tag by 33%.
Well, through your worship, great question. The reason that we actually transferred this is because that was the amount that we were over budget for revenues. And it was because we saw a huge rush in November and December for bag tag sales because everybody was trying to buy them at $3 before the price went up to $4. So that's why we transferred the money over, because there, based on that rush for tags, there is a clear indication that we actually could be under budget for revenues this year because everybody stocked up ahead of time. So if we need that money, then we'll pull it back out of the reserve.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Darcy, could on that page 4 of 6, the sewer reserve fund and the water rate stabilization fund. I know, like, we try and keep our rates down as much as we possibly can, and I just question why we're transferring so much money for those two funds when it's kind of a user pay sort of a thing.
Another good question. Thank you, Councillor Vickers. Through the chair, so the reason that these monies are going into these reserves specifically is because the way that we operate and the way that we are legislated to operate is that the taxpayer doesn't fund water and sewer doesn't fund the taxpayer operations. So in 2020, both the water and sewer operations saw surpluses, and these are the surplus amounts that are being transferred into those reserves and reserve funds. In large part, the reason for the surplus was although we were under budget, or I guess we didn't meet our revenue targets with regards to the commercial water and sewer rates, we did very well on the residential rates. And I think that was just a reflection of the fact that we were in a pandemic and lockdown and everybody was at home and using their own systems far more than they normally would be. So that's why the revenues were up. So those monies got transferred into those respective reserves and reserve funds.
Interesting.
Could I ask a follow-up to that?
Yes, please go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So what's the procedure to use those funds back out, Darcy? It's hardly fair to ask somebody to pay it and then for it to go into reserve fund for long periods of time, because the person paying those funds could actually be not with us anymore in the future. So is there a fairly short timeline where that money will come back out, or do we have to wait for special projects or projects that we go over budget on?
Through your worship, it could be short, it could be long. It really depends on the planning of council and what you approve on an annual basis. We certainly don't have multi-millions of dollars in reserves and reserve funds for water and sewer. So we'll pull money out as we need to fund the capital costs of those operations. And that's really where the sewer money will go in particular. The water side of things on the rate stabilization, there's a reserve that calls for minimum and maximum amounts to be in that reserve in the event that we do have shortfalls. We are near the upper limit of that for the water services now with this $142,000 going in. So, the whole point of the stabilization reserve really is reflective of exactly of its name. It's to make sure that it stabilizes the rate. So if we have a year where we don't hit revenue targets on the bad side of things, then the money is there to offset that so that we don't start the year out in a deficit position.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question was the water stabilization as well, so it's been answered, and thank you.
Big numbers there. Anything further from council? Seeing no further questions, I will call the question. All in favor of accepting this recommendation? And that is carried. The second COR 2021-20 is the recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive the report COR 2021-20 Reserve and Reserve Fund Balances Update for information purposes. Mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor, thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this one? Councillor Vickers. And
through your worship, just going by the on page 2 of 8, the bar graphs there showing a continuing rise in reserve funds. At what point do we get to where you try and bring those funds down, or are they kind of still within our range that we want to be targeting for? Because obviously back in 2012, we probably were underfunded in our reserve funds. But as time goes on, those funds keep increasing year over year. When do we put a stop to it?
I guess that's really a policy. Sorry, I put my video on there. I guess that's really a policy of council to determine through the worship. Ultimately, I think if we look at the year-end reports that will probably be provided within the next month or two from the auditor, and if you also look at information that's provided through the BMA study, I know Councillor Bartley's a big proponent of that study. We're certainly nowhere near even the median on our reserve and reserve funds, let alone having too much. Ultimately, we probably have somewhere between $500 and $600 million in assets. So to have less than $10 million in discretionary reserve funds. So you're looking at that bar chart, the red line, the one in the middle there, is the discretionary reserve funds. That's really all of the money that we would use to fund our capital replacements year over year. So we have $10 million in savings for $500 million in assets. So, I'm not saying it's insignificant money, but it certainly isn't an amount that would make, our auditors or other comparative municipalities say, holy cow, you're saving too much money.
For that, Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. On this one, I was going to ask about the IT reserve. It's $523,869.39. It just seems substantial, and I know that we've got, depending on what happens with staff quarters, some upgrades potentially due. But does that just seems like quite a significant amount for IT? Darcy, just wondered what you thought about that.
Through Your Worship, I think, to Councillor Vickers' last question about when's too much money, we on the IT side of things have actually been saving money over the years, trying to kind of build up a bit of a war chest, knowing that we were going to have to deal with some of these connectivity issues. As you mentioned, there's a report later on in the agenda that speaks about facilities, but also talks about our connectivity issues. And that report, outlines hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars of needs from a connectivity standpoint. The $500,000 reserve does include $43,000, which was to go towards our share for fiber internet through an agreement with the local provider, which ultimately can be reallocated now to our own needs because it's been past the 2-year mark. We're trying to save money for a new financial software system. There's near $100,000 in the reserve for that. Ultimately, our existing Keystone software has been with us for almost 15 years. And at some point in time, it certainly is already long in the tooth and it's going to need to be replaced. Average cost of replacing financial software is between $150,000 and $225,000 for a municipality. We also have money that's needed in there for other software that's being implemented this year and next year, including some work order management stuff and the Questica budgeting software and so on and so forth. So in large part, most of this money has been already claimed or spoken for in short-term plans.
Thank you, Darcy. And Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thanks for the question, Councillor Vickers. It's a good question. I've had that question every year. In this report, it says that most of this money is already spoken for. I hear that every year, year after year, but it keeps on building. Now, all the powers to be out there in the financial world says that a municipality should have 1 year of taxation as reserves. Now, Darcy, what is, and I'm talking about the taxation we use just for the municipality of Meaford, what does that come out to? Is it about 17 million?
15.6 million.
15.6?
Correct.
So we're almost to the point where we they're saying we should be is at 1 year's taxation.
Through your worship, I wish you were correct, Councillor Bartley. That statement speaks to the reserves. So for your short-term needs, if you were to lose revenue sources, the $15.2 million that's in this report includes our reserves, which you're speaking of, the reserve funds of about $10 million for our capital needs, and obligatory reserve funds, which we can't use just how we want to because they're legislated. So the reality is that, you know, the report outlines all of this, you know, but there's give or take $4 million of reserves where, to your point, you know, the best practice is to have 1 year, which is $15.6 million.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and to both Councillor Vickers and Councillor Bartley. I've had these comments myself. Ratepayers often just straight up say, well, you know, the reason why we've got this much money in reserves is that you're overtaxing us. Madam Mayor, you served on a council where the reserves were almost negligible. They were really, really low. And anyway, when I see that we've got ourselves to a position where we've got this kind of money in our reserves, I think that we are showing that we are very much the stewards of looking after the financial well-being of our municipality. And it's in no small part also to our treasurer, who is putting monies aside in the manner that seems best for us. And also when we consider every year the financial burden, which, you know, is placed upon everyone who lives in the municipality, I think that we are showing really good, solid stewardship. And I just want to say that the years that you served, Madam Mayor, that were very low, it's taken us this time, at least the 2 terms I've been on council, to get us into this position. So I think that we are showing that we are on the right track. And anyway, that's what I needed to say. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bell, as difficult as it was. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, on occasion, we hear from some of our residents who claim that municipality A, B, or C has more reserves and less debt than the municipality of Meaford. Now, I tend to think that's a bit of a moot point because I'm concerned with municipality of Meaford and not municipality A, B, or C. So, but do you ever look over your shoulder and check on other municipalities' books, or as I say, is that even relevant? Should we even be concerned with that type of accusation?
Through your worship, I don't think it's an accusation. I think it's actually a good thing to do. I mean, we want to make sure that we understand what our comparators are doing and, you know, what the kind of the trend is. Even though we're public sector, you know, we're not fighting for the loonie like the private sector is, but we need to know where we stand. I think the thing that I, you know, always caution, and when I look at the data, is you cannot look at comparing a single data point across the broad spectrum. It has to be multi-data analysis. And, you know, the easiest thing that I can attribute this to, and so that people really understand what I mean, is that, and I know this because I used to work in Town of the Blue Mountains. So, you know, I would say that Town of the Blue Mountains, specifically to water and sewer, should have a whole heck of a lot more reserve funds and a whole heck of a lot less debt than Meaford does. Because their system, in large part, doesn't need to be replaced for the next 15 to 35 years. Whereas half of our systems need to be replaced between now, or I could say 10 years ago, and 10 years from now. So we are in the thick of infrastructure replacement and renewal, which is why we're using our reserves and reserve funds and why we're going to have to incur debt. And they should be planning for the future, building up their reserve funds so that the current user who's using that infrastructure pays their appropriate share for the future when it has to be replaced. So long as everything's looked at equally with multiple data points, then yes, you can do that analysis to make sure that you're sitting mid-pack where you should be.
Thank you, Darcy. That's good explanation. Is there anything further? Seeing no further questions, I will call the question. All in favor of receiving this for information purposes? And that is carried. Thank you. COR 2021, the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend the Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct the Treasurer to transfer $80,000 of the 2020 surplus to fund the service delivery review update as contained in the 2021 budget. And number 2, direct the Treasurer to transfer $30,000 of the 2020 surplus to fund the salary market review. And 3, direct the Treasurer to transfer $60,000 of the 2020 surplus to fund the facility rationalization study. And finally, number 4 is to transfer all remaining funds from the 2020 surplus to the facilities reserve fund for future use and financing corporate facility updates in 2022. A mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bartley and Councillor Kentner. And I'll open it up for questions of staff. Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, thank you. And I just wanted to start by saying that as difficult as a year as 2020 was, and to have come through it with COVID and to have some surplus is a job well done. So thank you, Mr. Chapman and your team, for managing the finances so well. I'm particularly pleased with number 1, the $80,000 to fund the service delivery review. We were hoping to do that at budget time, and now we've found a way to make that happen. And I just think it's so important, considering how much Meaford is growing and changing, and recognizing the impacts of COVID, and going through the process to really understand what work is going to be like in Meaford going forward. Will we have staff still continuing to work from home, or just what are things going to look like? So I think we're going to learn a lot from this service delivery review process, and I'm just really pleased that we're able to go forward and do it. And the other 2 items, the salary market review, that's necessary. It's important that we treat our staff fairly, and we need to know where we stand. And the facility rationalization, we can't make decisions on any buildings going forward if we don't have this information. So I think it's all important, and I'm just happy that we're able to do it.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Bartley was first, and Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Darcy, it looked bleak back in November. We weren't going to have a surplus, and we do, so it's great. Now, having said that, number 1, using the $80,000 for the service delivery review, are we not waiting on a grant for that?
Through your worship, no, we brought a report forward to council probably about a month or maybe 6 weeks ago about the modernization grant, and we had to go in a different direction because the project, the way we had scoped it, wouldn't have been fundable under that grant program.
Okay, thank you. Question number 2, if I may. Number 2, the salary market review. Darcy, every municipality out there is doing the exact same thing, seeking the exact same figures for the exact same municipalities. Can we not shoulder onto somebody else's report?
Through your worship, just getting information from other municipalities on what they pay. I mean, our HR department could send an email out and get that information. That's not really what the market review does, though. It looks not only at the salary that an individual is being paid, but it also reviews the job description of that person, and then slates that job description in with a comparable within the municipality to make sure that our overall grid is in line with what the market is doing. So that's not something like, because our job descriptions are, kind of proprietary to us, where they may not jive with other municipalities, and that's why it takes time to do this market review.
So I agree that it's a job description that's going to take the heart of it. And last, if I may, Mayor?
Yes, please go ahead.
Number 4, since council cut the facilities funding at budget time, I've thought about it ever since. Where are we going to come up with some money for that? I've got a few ideas, but this is one and I fully agree with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Kentner?
So thank you, through your worship. I would just like to go on record. I think that this is a really good use of the surplus because it will really put the new incoming council in 2023 in a strong position, not having to play catch up on some really key issues. I think that it's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councillor Vickers?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is, when was the last time, or have any of these reviews and studies ever been done before? And if they have been, do you remember what year it would have been done in?
Thank you. Yeah, through your worship. So the service delivery review was done between 2015 and 2016, but it was all done internally by staff. We looked at like 60 different services, give or take. The salary market review, the last time it was done was in 2016. I believe the report talks about the fact that the best practice, I think Sean from HR told us, like, we should be doing this every 3 years, I believe. And the last time it was done was 2016. We've never done a facility rationalization study. Council gave direction in 2018 for us to do the process internally. But ultimately, I mean, I've put this in this report because this falls on my group and we just do not have the time. We keep trying to make time, but there just isn't enough hours in the day. And that's why we brought this forward for council consideration, because given the current workloads, we're probably 2 years out from being able to start this back up again to try and get it done internally.
Okay. Good use of surplus funds. And Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Chapman, going back to the service delivery review, talks about a 2-stage process, and the first stage would involve hiring a contract employee. Can you give me some idea of what qualifications you'd be looking forward to for this person to have? Would they be gifted in HR? Would they be learned in municipal services? Are we looking at a second-year university student who maybe doesn't have any experience? Can you enlighten me a bit on that particular person? And the other thing I just want to say is I really hope along the way and every step of this delivery review, we rely greatly on our ratepayers, on our residents, and give them every opportunity to be involved with this. Thank you.
Through your worship, I'm going to hand this off to Matt to speak about the staffing, because he's been the one putting together the job description for this one already.
Matt, over to you. You're muted.
Yep, there we go. Thank you, Darcy. And Councillor Greenfield, I think your question is a good one. And to answer it, any or all of those people, I think, would be useful to us as we look for somebody. What we're really looking for here is somebody who has got a bit of project management experience, whether through education, courses and so on, or from doing it in previous roles. And for somebody who can come in and ask the right questions. The way that process mapping works, or at least the way that I've always done it in the past, is that we take somebody who doesn't necessarily know much about the subject area and get them to visit each department and ask questions about, so if I come in and ask for an entrance permit, what happens? Who do I have to speak to? What are the decision points, etc., etc. And the beauty of having somebody who doesn't know too much about it in advance is that they ask very different questions to the questions that I would ask, for instance, because I just already know some things. So really we're looking for the right character more than particular skills, but some IT skills around some of the documentation of it, because what we're hoping is that by doing this, we'll draw up maps of all of the processes using a piece of software called Visio. And then hopefully at the end of it, we'll also be able to turn some of that into written procedures that then we can give to the public or give to council when you say, so if somebody wants to come in and get a Meaford Moves Plus registration, how do they go about doing that? We'll be able to give you the document and say, this is exactly how that happens. So we'll be posting for a 6-month contract pretty soon. If council gives the committee the whole go ahead today, we will probably try and get it out before council in 2 weeks' time, just to keep this process moving. And really we're looking for somebody who just has an interest in doing these kind of jobs and would like to help us move something forward.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Councillor Bell, next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to have a little different slant maybe than the rest of my fellow councillors on these items. They're all needful to be done. And for the service delivery review, it was stated inside the report that there will be a contact person on the inside of the municipality. And then that consultant will go out and do the review. Now, I reflect when we had a CAO, Denise Morrissey. I went into Denise many times throughout that service delivery review and had contact with Denise because Denise was doing the review, and she ingratiated me to go in and voice my opinions on our service level and the things that we delivered. So nowhere in this report does it really say that council will have an opportunity to make an impact statement to this person. I may have interpreted that wrongly, but at this point I would like to say that I sure hope that council would have an opportunity to have impact on the services that we deliver. The other one that I'm also concerned about, for a different reason that has been stated, about the salary review and the grid that we are on. I might be the only councillor, and if I am, so be it. We are sitting at the 50th percentile currently. And when we look at our budgets, what we collect from our ratepayers, I think when we began our deliberations on this budget, I think I'd calculated that a little over $8 million goes towards the wages. So I am of a mind to think that why do we have to stay at the 50th percentile? And if there's any appetite from my fellow councillors to move to the 45th percentile, when and how would we do that if we're going to start with a consultant looking at where we are currently at the 50th percentile? And I know, Madam Mayor, that we talked about this on the last term of council. And I know that the standard answer from most members of staff is that in order to retain good, high quality employees, we need to be at this band. And I expect that those kinds of comments would come forward again. And like I say, I might be the only one who's thinking of this, but if we were to reduce by 5%, what I think we could do is we could probably stave off a couple of years for sure of staff increases to pay, which ultimately truly is a burden on the ratepayer. And I don't know what I've just said, if it's out of place because of what this report is asking council to vote on. But I did want to talk about that, and I thought that this was the only place at this point where at least I could voice this thought that I have. And if there's any appetite with any of my fellow councillors, or whether we stay the course and we let this stuff all just fall into place. Thank you.
Rob, over to you.
I can quickly speak to a couple of those comments. Yes, council will be engaged in the service delivery review process. You are the ones that determine those services, so having you not engaged in that process would not be appropriate. So yes, you will be engaged. And I think our intent is to build upon the previous process. Some things have changed. I think it's always good to have a third party look. Again, that was all done internally, so that will be done as part of that process. With the market check, that will be one of the things that will be considered as part of that process, is where Meaford wants to be in that process. So that will be part of that process. I think it's very important for council to understand the impacts of where Meaford wants to be. If we decided to lower it, what are the impacts on staffing? And I think that will be done as part of the review, and you can understand that in whatever decision you decide to make and where Meaford will sit. So that will be determined as part of that process.
Thanks for that, Rob. Darcy, did you want to comment?
Yeah, through your worship, I just wanted to follow up on one thing too that Councillor Bell noted or commented on about being at the 50th percentile, about maybe moving down to the 45th percentile. I think, you know, just to set the expectations, it has been 5 years since this was done. I know that council at this stage of the game has directed back in 2016 to be at the 50th percentile. But since it's been so long since the study was done, we don't know if we're even at the 50th percentile. We may have provided cost of living adjustments higher than our comparators. And the reality is that we're paying at the 55th percentile already. Or the flip side is where we didn't keep up with the pace of inflation like our comparators, and we may already only be paying at the 45th percentile. But without actually doing this study, we really don't know where we're at and if we're even hitting the mark that council wants us to be at. So that's why it's so important to do this.
Good point. Okay. And Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Tony, you and I have talked about this before. I have no want to reduce the wages of the staff in the municipality of Meaford, but I have no intentions of giving them all raises because it's at the 50 percentile. I won't know whether I want to go to 45 until the market survey is done. And I think you have to do it, get the survey, and then we sit and talk, see where we're going. I really do believe that. Having said that, going back to the service delivery review and the person you're going to hire to map it out. I personally have been in charge of a business that handled as much money as the municipality and have run every department in that business. And I don't think I could do the mapping for the municipality. I was totally expecting a seasoned consultant that does it for a living to put the mapping together. If you can help me out with Matt, I don't think we should hire a part-time person off the street to put the mapping together for the municipality.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Bartley, I think you're probably right in some ways. The reason that we're proposing to do it this way is actually because this is a job that I did as a co-op student about 10 years ago for University Health Network in Toronto. So one of my roles there was to go into individual wards at the various hospitals and understand what their admissions processes were, understand what they did with patients as they sort of migrated through the system. And it actually worked really well. That was part of a bigger project to implement some electronic patient record systems and things, but it worked really well to sort of get that baseline, because I think when you with your business, Councillor Bartley, or me in the municipality look at it, yes, we don't understand every part of the organization because we shouldn't be involved in the day-to-day of every customer service inquiry. But we also know a lot and have sort of fixed perceptions on how things should go. So I think bringing somebody in fresh with a different idea works really well. This is information that then will be used by the consultant for sure. Getting a consultant to do this bit of it would cost us a lot of money and a lot of time, because it's so detail oriented that when you bring a consultant in to do that sort of work, then you're basically employing somebody full time. If you're employing a consultant full time for 6 months, then the cost would be probably triple what we're talking about today for the entire process.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Anything further from council? Seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation as presented? And that is carried. COR 2021-22 is a recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommend to the Council to authorize the Treasurer, Director of Corporate Services to transfer $10,830.98 from the Harbor Reserve Fund to fund the cost for the Meaford Waterfront Strategy implementation. And to approve the award of RFP CORPF 2021-02, provision of consulting services for Meaford Waterfront Strategy implementation, zones 3 and 4, to Tandem Engineering for $90,830.98, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST, and to authorize moving into the necessary agreement. I have a mover and a seconder to put that on the table, please. Councillor Bartley and Deputy Mayor, thank you. And open to questions of staff. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, for 6 years I've been on council, I've been hearing about this, and I'm glad to see it move forward. My question is, are we going to give the consultant a vision of what we want, or is somebody from outside of Meaford going to tell me what we're going to have?
Through your worship, I think, very high level, the waterfront strategy from 2014 has some of that in there. I think the point behind this is to refine that through public input measures. I mean, within the report under the consultation and communication, there's quite a section there about what the expectations of the consultant is going to be with regards to who the core stakeholder groups who they're going to have to go out and meet with, and then the fact that we're also going to be having a public engagement session as well, and that all of those things combined will help to drive the final outcome of the development of this plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. Darcy, could you just define zones 3 and 4 for us in broad terms so that we have a picture of what part of the harbor we're talking about?
Certainly, through your worship. It's really the public space. It's the green space, the pavilion area, the gardens, the big cement pad that's below the pavilion, and then all of the parking lot areas as well. So it's about improving the areas which the municipality has and will always have control over, in the hopes that if we can do some of these improvements, then some of that third-party investment that was talked about in the other zones and areas may actually want to come to the table. It's kind of I think of it as a chicken and an egg kind of approach, right? And we've sat for 6 years waiting for the egg to hatch, and nothing's happened down there. So it's time that we have to get up and get moving on this and invest in the harbor if we think that this is an economic driver for the community.
With the impending development that is coming in there, this seems to me like a proactive action going forward to make us business ready here, open up for this potential development that's coming forward. Councillor Greenfield? Oh, sorry, excuse me. If I may, Deputy Mayor was next, so I'll put you after.
Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
My fault.
Doesn't matter, Your Worship. Thank you. I think this is a really good study to undertake at this point in time. I mean, thinking back to 2014 and even 2013, when the waterfront master plan was underway, it was a bit of a difficult and challenging process. It wasn't necessarily popular all the time, and it was, as Your Worship will remember, getting that passed through council was a bit of a feat. And I think now we have a chance to really look at that and to make sure that we are more inclusive during this process. There were some groups at that point in time that hadn't been consulted, and I see that they're on the list here now, although I might suggest we add Scarecrow Invasion because they do use the pavilion a lot and harbor facilities. But I think this is good investment now. I mean, recognizing the waiting list at our harbor for boats and the usage of the harbor. And as our mayor mentioned, the development that's coming next door. So my question, I guess, is we do this and it's going to come back with some great recommendations. And do we feel, Mr. Chapman and Mr. Armstrong, that we will be able to fund some of these projects going forward? So we're not 6 years from now saying, yeah, that was a great report and there it is.
Well, through your worship, I think all it takes is the will of council and tax dollars. I mean, that's really the reality of this is, you know, council will determine, you know, once we get this plan done based on what the costs are, there might be a small portion of it that could be development charge eligible for some of the green space. Like if we put like a play structure in the area somewhere or something like that, maybe. But I mean, I don't want to, you know, fool anybody on this. This is going to be a taxpayer funded initiative, unless somehow we can get some government grants for some of the green space or harbor related stuff. But council may have to make a decision that, you know, this is of greater, you know, community benefit or economic importance than worrying about other infrastructure needs that we may have elsewhere in the municipality when the time comes.
Anything further from, yes, Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you again, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Chapman. Well, primarily a comment. A harbor master plan was first suggested back in the old town of Meaford back in the 1990s, and it never happened. And it was suggested many times after amalgamation. Finally, 7 years ago, we did get the Dillon Consultants report. And we need to move this ahead. Many times we have heard what a valuable asset our harbor area is, valuable to the entire municipality. And it's good to get this rolling. I'm glad to see that we're concentrating on outside areas, green areas, family areas. I think that's absolutely necessary for a first major step in future redevelopment of that important part of our municipality.
Harley, and I think Councillor Bartley, you were next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Darcy, when we have the consultant go out and put this together, would the boating club be involved in this? And question 2 is, does this take into the shoreline east of David Johnson's Park?
Through worship, it doesn't include David Johnson Park because that's, I believe, within phase 6 or phase 8 of the plan. We're just looking at 3 and 4. As far as the harbor users themselves, there won't be any more weight put to them than any other individual in the municipality when it comes to public engagement, because this again is about the open space and public space. It's not about the harbor proper kind of itself and the docks and the slips and how the harbor works. So I mean, certainly harbor users will have the ability to be engaged in the public engagement session, but there is no intent of actually having a separate engagement session with like the boat club or anything like that, because this area is not going to be affected directly with the harbor.
But as residents, they could get involved with it.
Absolutely, yes. Anybody can get involved.
Okay, I personally thought that we could make do with what we have now around the harbor. I was hoping this was going to take in the shoreline east of David Johnson's Park.
Rob, over to you.
Your Worship, so any of those that have been involved are sort of following along a bit with the SkyDev development. They sort of indicated some desires to work with the municipality, and I see other opportunities both financially for us to look at that area. So it is completely within our radar, but we'll follow a different process, I think, in the development of that section. So I look forward to that as well in relation to that development.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation moving forward? And that is carried. COR 2021-23 as a recommendation to approve the award of tender INF ES 2021-02, the Nelson Street Booster Pumping Station and water main replacement and water treatment plant upgrades to Javiso, if I pronounced that right, Construction Corporation for $3,089,368.47, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. Can I have a mover and a seconder to put that on the table, please? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bartley. And questions for staff? Deputy Mayor?
Your worship, thank you. I just wondered, Tori, in relation to this project, will there be road closures or detours, or what should we expect for any disruption traffic-wise?
Through your worship, so for the actual construction of the booster pumping station itself, there will be limited impact to the roadway, as it will be set back behind the water tower on property instead of within the roadway. However, there is water main work that is being completed with this project. So as that work is completed, there will be one lane of traffic impacted. We are intending on utilizing tunneling to replace the services so that we don't impact that second lane when we do have to cross over to replace the services on the north side of Nelson Street. So at this point, we don't intend that the road will be shut completely. However, we have indicated that there will be scheduling with the Sykes Street project to reduce road closures in both locations overlapping at the same time.
Thank you, Tori. Anything further? Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. Could we just, Tori, get a bit of a time frame of a start and end date?
Through your worship. So the intention is essentially for the contractor to start shortly after this is approved through council. So it would be starting in May if we're able to get everything going by then. And then they have indicated that they will need approximately 10 months to complete the work. However, we do anticipate that there will be restoration work completed next spring, as this work can't be completed throughout the winter time. So we probably will see this project taking about 12 months to complete.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tori. Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Victoria or to Mr. Chapman. Since that stretch of Nelson Street, I understand, is a Grey County road, will the county be asked to contribute to the eventual repair and repaving of that stretch? It'd be great if they'd jump in and help us out.
Through your worship, unfortunately not. So how we will be doing this work is we will only be cutting the road where we actually need to replace the water main. So the water main is located on the south side of the road. So we won't be repaving the entire surface of the road as we do when we reconstruct an entire surface and do underground works that include more than just water main. So it will essentially be like a temporary or like a shorter term patch that's put in place. So there will be asphalt, but it when the county resurfaces the road, that's when the full reconstruction would happen. So unfortunately, we're on the hook for this because we are the ones that are damaging and removing that asphalt. So we have to put something back in place.
Good thought, though.
Yeah.
Anything further? And seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation and authorizing the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement? And that is carried. Moving on to COR 2021-24, the recommendation reads that the Committee of the Whole recommend the single source award of the Commercial Water Meter Replacement Program to Neptune Technology Group for $189,181.59, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table? Councillor Vickers and Councillor Bell, thank you. Any questions now for staff, Deputy Mayor?
Your worship, if I may, thank you. Tori, I guess these questions are going to you, sorry. In the February 5th letter from Neptune, it suggests that they are looking for 500 square feet of warehouse space and an office. Are we able to provide them with that?
Through your worship, my understanding that there's no concerns with the requirements that they've laid out. So my staff have reviewed the letter and are happy with the information in there. It's the same, I guess, process that we did with the residential water meters. And so we'll be using the similar process on our end to make sure that we can accommodate Neptune's needs.
Thank you for that. Any further comments or questions further? Okay, seeing none, I will call a question. All in favor of this recommendation moving forward, and that is carried. COR 2021-25 is the recommendation reads that the Committee of the Whole recommends that we approve the sole source award of the CRF Restorative Seal Program to Superior Road Products to complete 23.39 kilometers of roads at a cost of $1.94 per square meter to a maximum upset limit of $337,045.61, including the non-refundable allocation of HST. Can I have a mover and a seconder to put that on the table, please? Councillor Kentner and Councillor Greenfield, thank you. And open it up for questions to staff. This was the Reclamite product that was used on Storybook Park Road. It seems to have done a great job. No questions of staff? Then I will call a question. All in favor of this award, and that is carried. COM 2021-26 is the paid parking program and bylaw. The recommendation here is that the Committee of the Whole recommend the Council approve the creation of a pilot paid parking program for 2021 to include all parking lots located at parks and open spaces, and to direct staff to implement a seasonal pass for residents of the municipality and parking fees for non-residents, and that we enact a new parking control bylaw. Mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Vickers and Deputy Mayor, thank you. Any questions or comments for staff? Councillor Bartley and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Klumpus. So this paid parking, if you have to have a residence to get a free tag, is that correct? And if the residence doesn't have a car, but they're going to use somebody else to take them to the park, can they use their pass, and how do they get that pass?
RC, over to you.
Through your worship, I guess if the other person is a resident of the municipality, then they'll already have a pass.
But if they're not, and they're taking a resident that does not drive, does she get a pass?
No, I mean, it would be impossible for us to try and justify who can or who can't. That the whole point behind this is that in all reality, so if you're a resident and you're a vehicle owner, you're going to come in and make the application by providing us with your license and your ownership. And those two will correlate with the address. The ownership also contains the tag. So like your license plate number, and that license plate number will then be written on to the sticker that you will receive that you place on your vehicle. So if you're a non-resident but a property owner, then we will use the property file information that we have within our software to correlate that information if you're a non-resident but a property owner, like a taxpayer. So that's the only two ways that we can do this. Otherwise, you know, everybody will start to use the reasoning that, you know, whatever reason it is, so that they don't have to pay. And this was developed specifically because of the feedback that we got from Town of Blue Mountains last year when they did this as a pilot project and sent out the sticker just to every mailbox in their municipality. And the problem was there was significant abuse because people were just leaving that, you know, sitting on their counter, even though it was a vacation rental home, so that everybody who was renting the place, you know, had free access to the parks. Or since it didn't have a license plate number on it, people were just trading it back and forth wherever they wanted. So it was the only way that we could feel that we could actually do it fairly, but yet still kind of police the process.
Deputy Mayor.
Your worship, thank you. And just following what Darcy was saying. And so the resident question that came to us was, there was a 93-year-old grandmother and her granddaughter from out of town is going to come and pick her up and want to take her for a drive to one of the parks. So there's no way then for that granddaughter really to get a pass.
Well, through your worship, we do have the options of seasons passes, so that the person doesn't have to pay $10 every time at every different park they might visit. They can pay $100 and they would have the season pass for the entire season and be able to access all of the spaces for that $100.
And my second question, if I may, your worship, I know that currently we're asking people to come to the library or to the municipal office, and those facilities will open up again, hopefully at the end of the month. But can there be any online availability of getting this pass for people who aren't able or are not comfortable coming to facilities?
Through your worship, there is online availability if they're willing to pay. If they are looking for a free pass, then they're going to have to come into one of these two locations, because it's not possible for us to quantify a person's address and ownership and license plate number without being able to see those in person to be able to provide that pass.
Councillor Kentner. Councillor Kentner, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I beg your pardon. Thank you, through your worship. I was the only councillor to vote against this originally, and I still hold the same view. I would like to ask the question, like in other jurisdictions, you enter the park, you park your car, and then you pay. Are we going to be collecting money from people just to pass through the park, or will there be, will you only have to pay when you park your car? That's my first question.
Darcy's looking at me, so I guess I'll take that one. So we will only be enforcing this, should council pass it, for cars that are parked. So if somebody is driving through to drop somebody off at the Harbour House, or is, you know, just driving across the front of a park because they want to look at the water as part of their daily outing, then no. But if you've parked your car and you're there for a period of time, then that's what we'll be enforcing.
Thank you. And I just would like to make the point, if I can, that We often speak of Meaford as not being well branded, but the fact of the matter is we're better branded than I thought we were. And I think this is one of the damaging things we'll do to our brand. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further on this one? Then I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation as presented? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those against? Thank you. That is carried. Okay, moving on to COR 2021-27. The recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council enact a bylaw to establish areas where dogs can run off leash. A mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bartley, Deputy Mayor. And questions, comments coming forward on this one? Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor then next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would really like to move that the Parks Advisory Committee gets a voice to help council make a decision on this. I've listened to both sides. I know my fellow councillors also have, and I just think that asking them to take their dogs down to Beautiful Joe is just not the right place. And I think that longevity at Memorial Park with people coming there and knowing that that's a facility for their dogs, I do not wish to support going to the Beautiful Joe. And I really do want the Parks Advisory Committee to have a voice on this particular instance. And so I'm asking Mr. Smith if I need to do something right now, or whether the rest of council, Madam Mayor, needs to have a comment before someone like myself would move that.
I would prefer that, Councillor
Okay.
Bell, that we open it up for
Yep.
other comments before we entertain any further action. Okay, Deputy Mayor was next, and then you, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bell. And I think council has had more contact on this matter than we have on many others. It's clearly really important to many people that they have access to water for their dogs. And I understand the concerns with Beautiful Joe Park, and there's, first of all, just the reasons for the park being what it is, but also the river, and it's got quite a current in it when I walked by today, and it's not the cleanest. And certainly there is the concern for the safety of animals should they go into that particular river. So I think I agree that PAC absolutely should spend time discussing this, and they should consider all options, look at all of the parks, David Johnson and so on, and come back to council with their recommendations. And I recognize that will take a little time. It's not anything that should be rushed. So I would like to suggest that we continue with the off-leash water access at Memorial Park this year, and that perhaps a fence be constructed between that area and the public area. There is more beach than there has been. I was down there yesterday and walked the beach, and there's it's rocky, but there is more public area than we saw last year, and we have to wait and see what happens to the water levels this spring, but it looks like there'll be some improvement there. So that would be my suggestion, that we leave that area mostly intact this year, fence it off, and allow PAC to take their time and gather public input and come back to council with a solid recommendation for going forward. Thank you.
And Councillor Bartley, or
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to echo everything that Shirley said. I have no intentions of taking the off-leash dog park away from the people. I've been down to the park. It might be a little tight, but I think we're going to have to share. I'm fully support leaving it there. Now, if we wanted to send it to PAC, that's fine. But until something happens, I would like it to remain open as a off-leash dog park until we come up with something between staff, PAC, and council. Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to see this this question go back to the Parks Advisory Committee. I think it should be within their domain to discuss it. I'm hoping we can get it on our agenda for our next meeting, but it's very, very difficult to take something away from our citizens who have enjoyed this privilege over the last few years, and they're counting on it. I'm sure we can make some kind of a compromise arrangement, but again, the PAC is the place for this discussion.
You're muted, Councillor Greenfield. Oh, I guess you. Okay. I just want to add my 2 cents worth in here because I rode down yesterday afternoon on my bicycle and discovered how little beach really is there for folks to enjoy over this coming summer, hopefully. While I was there, there was an altercation of 3 dogs on the beach. This was significant on a small piece of beach that is available for folks, kids, elderly, to use the Memorial Park beach in the coming summer. The water is high. The beach has eroded. There is very, very little territory there for people to enjoy Memorial Park Beach. And this does not mean that I am against dogs. I'm not. I am a dog lover. I've had them all my lives. But when I saw that this yesterday afternoon, and it was resolved peaceably with only a little bit of blood, but there was blood, it reminded me really that we have to pay attention to the whole of our community. Elderly, kids, where are they going to swim on a beach in Memorial Park with, that may be afraid of dogs. Elderly may be afraid of going into the water with dogs on a leash that will jump at bubbles and things because that's what they do. And they enjoy that. I really, really want us to be very carefully thinking about the whole picture here. And yes, it's a wonderful place. It was fabulous when there was adequate space for everybody on that strip of beach, but now there isn't. And I think we need to really take this into consideration. Should PAC have something to say about it? Certainly fits their mandate. And yes, that is something that I would expect and hope that everyone on that committee too would consider the implications of the whole community. Are there other alternatives and other areas to go? Quite frankly and honestly, when I first discovered beautiful Joe Park, I was surprised that there was no off-leash area there because that was an area that celebrated dogs, and dogs like to run and socialize in their own area. So just want to make sure that when we're thinking about this and when we make a decision, that we take into account that there are those who are afraid of dogs. There are those who don't want to go into an area where dogs are off leash for their own various reasons. And the space that is at in Memorial Park for the coming season, I'm afraid, is very, very limited. So I think we need to pay a whole lot of attention to that. Matt, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Madam Mayor, just to some of the comments that we've heard, very easy to do this to get it to PAC if you'd like to. We would just need a motion to refer this matter to the Parks Advisory Committee, and then that takes precedence over the motion that's on the table, and we just move on from there. The one practical comment on this one, while I've got the microphone on, PAC already has quite a long list of things that it is doing. Councillor Bartley and Councillor Greenfield will agree that they didn't get very far through their agenda last week because the conversation was so productive. So It's likely to be June before they talk about this, because I think there's going to be a May extra meeting, in which case that will be to catch up on the second half of the agenda that they didn't get to last week. So just so the council's aware, this will take into the camping season, and so we will continue to hear from people who wish to and people who don't wish to throughout. So as long as council's good with that, then we just need a motion to refer the matter to PAC.
But I would like to understand completely that that when this motion comes forward, that it contains either the recommendation to either keep dogs on leash at this stage, or to allow it to go back. And I think that's where I'm very concerned about dogs off leash. Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, if I may make a suggestion, as Matt has mentioned, how busy PAC's agenda is, perhaps this is an opportunity for PAC to consider adding a working group of some description and allow folks to address that. And I know Matt will have something to say about that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would very much suggest not, because as we talked about a couple of weeks, we're developing this framework for that subcommittees can exist, but they have to be approved by council following development of a terms of reference and so on. So to get to that stage, you're just going to slow down this process. PAC may as well have the conversation about it rather than create another group to do that.
Councillor Bell, I saw your hand. Did I?
Oh, well, yes, Madam Mayor, I would just move now what I had said earlier about referring it to PAC.
Okay.
And definitely, I would I'd most welcome your comments, Madam Mayor, that they fully take into consideration exactly what you witnessed.
Councillor Bartley, did I get to you?
You got me once, but I will put another 2 cents worth in, thank you. So if we refer this to PAC, does that mean the beach is open to off leash or closed to off leash until that happens?
For you, Madam Mayor, you do need a second of Councillor Bell's motion at some stage.
Yeah,
to answer Councillor Bartley's question, if you simply refer this to PAC, then nothing changes. The situation is that we have a bylaw that says that dogs are allowed off leash at Memorial Park. They continue to be allowed off leash. If you didn't want that to be the case, you'd need to pass a different kind of motion to both refer it and to tell us to bring forward a temporary bylaw somehow or other next time around.
Okay, that's why I think we need to go through other comments. Thank you for that, Councillor Bartley and Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, I believe Councillor Bell brought forward a motion to refer. And
Yeah.
be glad to second that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, even if it can't come back to PAC until June, I think that'll give us a better evaluation of what the water levels are going to do. We still don't know what the outflow from Lake Superior is yet, and it may have an effect on Georgian Bay. So I don't like leaving it for a month, 6 weeks, but it's not really a bad idea.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. And that's the question I had. I didn't know whether staff, what Harley had mentioned there about what water levels are going to do in the next 6 months. There seems to be some information that Darcy gets every once in a while. I'm not exactly sure who he gets his information from, but in the last couple of years, he's been very accurate on being able to predict the water levels going up, continually going up, sort of thing. So I also would be interested to know where we think the water levels are going down. Just to kind of add my 2 cents worth, I agree with a lot of what the worship has said about the off the leash dog. Swimming down Memorial Park, it's our best beach, it's our busiest beach, and I feel that we need to keep it more for people. If people want their dogs to go to play with them out in the water, maybe there's other places they could go. I wondered about St. Vincent Park. To me, that's a park that maybe doesn't see a lot of use, and maybe is somewhat more private. That people that don't appreciate dogs could, that's where a place where people with dogs could go, and we could save our best beach, I guess, to the people. And I love pets too. We have pets here, and but just when there's so little beach to be had, to give up that area to dogs, and what you've seen yesterday, Mayor Klumpus, is probably happens more often than not. Some dogs are very well behaved, other dogs are not. I'll go back to a story that I think I told last year when we talked about McCarroll Park. I would take the odd time, I would take a drive down along Bayshore Road and the old boat launch. There was a few times I noticed that people were swimming in there, and there was a couple times when people, whether it be parents or grandparents, would have their kids there, and I would just cringe seeing young children having to swim there. And is it because there wasn't, was the reason why because they couldn't make their way down to Memorial Park because of distance? Was it because there was dogs present down there at Memorial Park? I just sometimes, as much as I love pets, I really feel that we need to keep our eye on the ball, and the eye, in my mind, is people. And and asking if we leave the dogs there and it forces the people into other points of access to water that aren't as safe, I would just cringe the day that we'd have a loss of life of a young person having to swim somewhere else because they didn't appreciate having pets and dogs around. So I understand why people like having their dogs there. Again, I would suggest maybe, asking them to go to St. Vincent Park. And I don't mean forever and ever. When the water levels do go back down, which I suspect they will someday, maybe the beach will be big enough that the people and pets can share it once again. But as of right now, I really find it awfully hard to justify giving up some of our best real estate to just dogs. And whereas people are the ones that I am more concerned about. I'll say it. I'm sorry if I offend people with pets. I will put a human life above a pet's life. So, and quite often pets can swim. They have that instinct to know where to go and where not to go. I feel that we're just putting people's lives at stake by insisting that pets have the best real estate in our beachfront. Thank you.
Okay. I'm confused. Oh, Darcy, sorry.
Yes, so Your Worship, I just wanted to make it clear I have no problem with the discussion going through council and even referring it to PAC. The intention of this report coming forward the way it was is that we had made a decision that I advised council of at the prior meeting from an operational standpoint for this summer only. Certainly, the public was unhappy with that. Found the bylaw and said you can't just do that. So because of that, we brought this report forward, seeking direction from council. If it needs to go to PAC first, that's fine. I just want to let everybody know that because this isn't going to be a decision made until at least some point in time in June by council, that my staff will operationalize this, and we'll certainly be putting fencing up to delineate the dog park area to make sure that it is separate from the rest of the beach area so that we don't continue to have these problems where there's infighting between pet owners and beach users as to the fact that you should or shouldn't be there, or why do you have your dog off leash. And so we'll fence it and we'll sign it appropriately so that people are adamantly aware of what area is for dogs and what area is for people.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate that, Darcy. And I know this is not part of this report or this discussion, but I imagine it will come up at PAC, and hopefully they will also discuss the extra amount of dog excrement that we're seeing this year at the park and everywhere, but specifically as it relates to this issue. And perhaps Pat can, also discuss within the area of the off-leash dog beach, how that problem could be addressed at the same time.
Through your worship, I would just like to comment on that, just so that people are, in particular council, is aware. With regards to the dog excrement, it might be something that is top of mind to some of council now, because you've actually seen emails in your inbox with regards to this. But the end of the day, my staff typically spend between 2 and 3 full days going through the park and pooper scooping for those people who have pets that don't do it throughout the entire winter, since Memorial Park is available as an off-leash area for the entire park, with the exception of the camping season. So you may be aware of it because it's filling up your inbox, but this is an annual thing down in that area.
So Matt, if you'd come forward and help us out with the motion that Tony is proposing here. I'm not sure how what the wording of that is.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Actually, very simple. The motion that you've actually got on the floor right now is to refer this report to the Parks Advisory Committee. All that does is it simply says we're not deciding this today. We'd like the Parks Advisory Committee to get involved, and nothing else happens. As that's a procedural motion, it takes precedence over the main motion that's on the floor. So having had a bit of a debate about it, we should take a vote on that. And if it succeeds, the conversation here stops. If it doesn't, we go back to the main motion and any amendments anybody wants to bring to that.
Okay. Are we ready to call a question on the motion that takes precedence here at this point? This is the motion moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Greenfield to refer this matter to PAC for recommendation. Are we ready to call a question? Then I will call a question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And those against? And that is carried. So that's the end of this discussion. We don't need to go back then to this motion, Matt.
No, we don't need to. We can just move to the next item.
COR 2021-28 is that a recommendation that the council municipality directs staff to submit a conditional offer for the acquisition of the former Amarok building at 278 Cook Street and adjacent residential dwelling at 80 Lombard Street at a maximum price of $1 million, including 180-day due diligence period. And number 2, subject to the conditional offer being accepted, retain an architect to undertake an assessment to complete a schematic design and a Class D cost estimate with a total upset limit of $35,000 funded from the 2021 Administrative Facility Capital Budget. I have a mover and a seconder, please put that on the table. Councillor Vickers and the Deputy Mayor, thank you. Questions for staff on this matter? Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, thank you. I will begin, and there's a lot to say on this report, but I think the reality for me anyway is the timing of this. And we recognize that staff have some challenges where they are and that there are staff in various locations and that they do have some technological issues. We are aware of all of that, but the timing for this kind of investment is just not right, following so soon on the heels of the library. And it's been discussed already that we have a lot of library supporters, but we also have a lot of people in the community who are still reeling from the cost of the library. So taking on additional debt right now just isn't, in my opinion, the right thing to do. So that reason, I will not be supporting this report today.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I look at this report as a good starting point. I've been in the municipal office a few times, like we all have, and you really kind of wonder how they function, especially with COVID going on. It becomes extremely hard, and I think we have a certain amount of responsibility to provide a safe working place for our employees. I look at this proposal that's in front of us, and I see that it's not a Taj Mahal. They're looking, staff has looked at this and trying to do it in the most cost-effective way. I don't know how else we're going to get around it if we were looking at a completely new build. The cost would be, quite a bit higher than what they are right now. Building costs have just skyrocketed here in the last 12 months, and to build something from scratch and from new, I think would be even worse than what the proposal is now. And I guess that's not coming out very well, but I look at this as a good alternative, a very cost-effective alternative that we could proceed with, that we could get into a facility that would be of decent size and conformity to working standards. I don't know how else. I hear some of our councillors talk about talent, that we don't have employees, that we have talent, and we take our talent and we jam them into a small, overcrowded area with not very good facilities. And I wonder, how do you expect us to keep our talent, and how do we expect us to make sure our talent strives and works in the best possible ways by the offices that they're in the present time. I know it's nothing that anybody wants to take on right now, this added debt and burden, but you have to have something to continue to work as a municipality. So these are the reasons I look at it. And if people have better ideas or better solutions, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. But as of right now, this is about the best opportunity that we have. And to do nothing, I don't think is an opportunity that we should look at either. We know we have to do something eventually. I would be willing to, I'd like to hear what the other councillors have to say besides just no, because I don't think that's an answer.
For that, Councillor Kentner, then Councillor Bartley, and Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, and through your worship, well said, Paul. I don't disagree with a word you've said. I think that the problem we ran into here was that we appreciated the initiative that staff took, but I didn't think we were expecting them to drill down so deep and come back with a hard and fast direction, because I think there are all kinds of alternatives for us in looking at our facilities needs. And I don't deny the issues at 21 Trowbridge Street nor the investment needed in IT and emergency power, and the fact that if we have a couple of employees working in an unsafe environment, we need to fix that and fast. No problem. I just think we would really appreciate it if staff would take this opportunity to now look at all the alternatives and come up with some other ideas. I honestly believe that the building that was being considered here is even more problematic than the old IGA building, and therefore more costly and less central and visible than Trowbridge, Sykes, or Nelson Streets. So, and also I'll just go on record here too, we do not know what our policing plans are going to be in the long term. And so I don't think we can count on $10 million coming our way if we bring them under a new roof for us as well. So for those reasons, I think that we should be asking staff to now just look at, cast a wider net and come back with some alternatives that we can consider, including I would be very interested to know whether we could put a second story on 21 Trowbridge Street, whether that's doable or not, or look at the possibility of rebuilding there new. Anyway, those are my points. Thank you.
Hey, do you want who wants to respond? You're getting the Darcy.
Yeah.
Over
Darcy,
to you.
if you want to go first, I'll let Darcy go. I think we're going to say the same thing, but.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I guess first I would say an engineering analysis was completed on 21 Trowbridge 5 years ago to understand if a second story could be placed on it. The facility cannot accommodate a second story. So you would have to completely tear down the building in order to put a 2-story building up. The problem that we still face no matter what we do here at 21 Trowbridge is that we just do not have any parking. There's not enough parking right now. And if you use the entire, land footprint for facility, then you lose even more parking. It's not in this report, and we haven't brought things forward to council, but we've already cast a wide net. We've looked at other properties that we already own. We looked at reuse of the arena, the community halls, and adding an addition onto that. We looked at the opposite side by extending out the arena into the parking lot. We looked at a new build at the fairgrounds property in which we own. We looked at the potential of putting a building out beside the medical office. We looked at a building as another anchor opposite the Meaford Hall where the Midas Mart would go, which then of course impacts downtown parking. We've looked at a whole raft of different locations, and all of those locations, with the exception of the one that's in this report, and partly using some of the space in the community center within the large and small hall, they all involve a new facility. And to Councillor Vickers' point, a new facility with this type of square footage, which we know we need, is going to run probably somewhere in the range of $7 million. So the reality is that this is if we want a larger centralized facility, this is the least expensive alternative of any alternatives that are out there that we know of. And there aren't that many big buildings for us to try and move into or purchase or accommodate. So if, again, this is council's right within your wheelhouse to make this decision, we need to make this decision. And if council has alternative ideas, don't tell us as staff, to go out and start kicking tires. Give us your ideas, because we've exhausted the ideas that we have. And the reality is that if we don't have another alternative in short order here, we're going to start investing the $750,000 in the existing building because we don't have a choice. The roof is done. We have to do the roof. And in order, when we're doing the roof, we have to punch all the holes for the new HVAC system, because there's no point in putting a new roof in and then a year later going and punching holes and ruining the roof. But so if we're here, we're here, and staff will deal with that. That's fine if that's council's prerogative. But this is not something that we can delay for years and years. We started this process more than 5 years ago when we looked at putting a second story on this building, and that wasn't an alternative. So we've kind of come to the end of our ability to come up with alternatives.
Thank you for that, Darcy. I had Councillor Bartley next, and then Councillor Greenfield, and back to you, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions for the tax department. What can we find out, or can you let us know what we receive on taxes on this building now that if we bought it, we would lose? Number two, just getting rid of the OPP cost is something that I'm really, really wanting to do. But having said that, Darcy, if we go ahead with today and vote yes on this, does that bind us into taking this over, or does that put all the paperwork together that we can see all the options at the end?
Through worship, so try and unpack this a little bit. I think the first part of the question with regards to taxes was my understanding for the commercial building space right now as it is, I believe, is about $9,000 in taxes. We do have to recognize, though, that it's pretty small, but if we sell 21 Trowbridge, Right now, we don't pay taxes on our existing building. So if we sold it to a third party, then it would become taxable. So the offset in that is really minimal in the grand scheme of things. The intention behind this, based on the recommendation that was brought forward to council, was, put an offer in and give us 6 months to go through that schematic design and Class D estimate, so that we know whether as staff, we're way off base, and it's, to Councillor Kentner's point, if there's really problems with the building, that Class D estimate, that schematic design will bring all that out. And if it's $2 million more than we thought it was, well, then we've invested $35,000 and we can walk away from this. That's really the intent behind this.
We can get out of this deal 6 months down the road.
That's yes, Your Worship. That's why we've recommended putting a due diligence period in, because then it allows us to get through the process of doing the design and the costing.
With an exit clause. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks to Mr. Armstrong for bringing this issue forward. It's true. Our staff is growing, and we do have some crowded quarters in the current admin building. I certainly wouldn't argue against this. I have a number of problems with going forward with this proposal. I think the first one that impacts me primarily is the timing of this. We still have a lot of residents reeling over the library project. I'm still hearing this. I've been a big supporter of what we did with the Foodland building. I always will be. We have a wonderful library, but a lot of our good folks out there, have very, very different opinions about our investment of over $7 million in the library. As far as our employees, yes, some of them maybe are working in rather confined areas, but I'm afraid I have to do a comparison to some of the other 11,000 people who work and live out in our municipality. This last year especially, nobody's had a good time, and there are problems. I'd like to see us go forward into a different style of building. We are a climate change conscious municipality. We have voted to try to make moves that are climate change friendly. And frankly, when I look at the Amarok office, I just see a big block of masonry. And I'm not sure if there's any potential there for climate change features in architecture. We can replace all the windows for a huge amount of money, and then buy expensive blinds to pull down to keep the sunlight out of them. But can we take roof water from the Amarok, run it down into a big cistern, and use it in the washrooms? I don't know. The report says we'd have to pave just about all the property. Black asphalt, to me, isn't greening our municipality. So I'm certainly not inspired by this suggestion. And when we come to a vote, I can't vote in favor of going any further on this project. I'll digress. Thank you, Your Worship.
Through Your Worship, if I could.
Please do.
I think that Councillor Greenfield brings up some great points, and they're actually all available. It just comes at an additional cost. It is a Butler building. The current owner has already gone through an analysis to understand whether it's feasible for solar. And because it's a Butler building, they may pre-make, because it's such a popular building style, they pre-make clips for solar panels. So it'd be super easy to install solar panels on the entirety of the roof of the building. I would love the idea of a rainwater and a gray water capture system. It would be done under the asphalt parking lot. That's where the large cisterns would be placed, and you could recirculate that water back into the building. You could go with a living parking lot instead of it being asphalt. These are all great ideas, awesome suggestions. I'd love to do them, whether it's at that building or any other building, it's not a problem. But all of those things come with significant upfront costs. And we were trying to provide a facility and a realistic costing to council, to the point of Councillor Vickers, of this not being a Taj Mahal. The intention behind this building, that it's a functional building. It's not a focal building. The library was a focal building for the municipality. Meaford Hall is a focal building for the municipality. Staff believe that our offices do not have to be a focal building. They just have to be functional.
Thank you for that, Darcy. Can I just follow up with your explanation and ask if that you've considered the additional environmentally sensitive issues that have been mentioned, and it's all good thoughts going forward for sure. If we had money was no issue, we would certainly design it that way. Are some of these things, would they be available to be add-ons as you progress, if we decide to purchase this building and move in? Would there be opportunity later on to be more environmentally sensitive, if you would, for example, solar panels? I absolutely agree. That's a perfect idea for that roofing. Are these things that can be added on beyond the first initial outlay for the cost?
Through your worship, well, I know the solar definitely, because it's just a clip system that would go on afterwards, so you could do it later on. If we had an intention at any point in time when the electrical work was being done for the rewiring for the main feed, you would just add in the provisions to make sure it was easily, you could hook it up easy to the solar side of things. The rainwater and the living parking, not so easy. I mean, that would be something that, you're going to do 15 or 20 years down the road after the first, asphalt parking lot has kind of seen the end of its life. The reality is, though, too, like, we didn't look at any of these things, but there are opportunities out there for greening of buildings and environmentally friendly buildings. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities has a Green Municipal Fund that they fund these things specifically. That's how Town of the Blue Mountains got, almost $2 million for their facility, was through the GMF. So, if this is an avenue that council wants to take, it's certainly something that we as staff, would be willing to build into any Class D costing and initial design, and then, start kicking the tires to see if there are any grants out there that would help with those things.
All good suggestions. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to try and answer some of the points that have been raised, I think we need a staged approach to solving the problem, and we certainly need to rationalize our use of the existing assets accommodating our staff. For example, we have Meaford Hall, and why would we want to move Susan Lake out of Meaford Hall? You know what I mean? We have the fire hall and people who work there, and the 7th line facility. So each should house their own key staff. And some of the alternatives that I question whether they have been looked at, would a new town hall fit in the development plans that exist for Nelson Street East? Or, could a 2 or even a 3-story town hall fit on our Nelson Street West property? And what are the possibilities for the soon-to-be empty GBSS? I just think as well, it's possible to maybe to acquire 2 or 3 adjacent Sykes Street storefronts and renovate to accommodate different departments. The municipality could set the standard for restoring and preserving our heritage main street. And finally, we do have an ace in the hole, and that is the old library building that can buy us some time while we thoroughly examine alternatives and execute the best one. Whoops, what happened?
Matt, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, just changing my microphone, so hopefully you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Just two comments. One related to Councillor Kentner's comments about staff in different buildings. I don't disagree that there is a definite value in having staff at the 7th line and the fire hall and Meaford Hall and so on. The issue for us comes then, and obviously it's quite a lot of my staff at some of these remote locations, is that the connectivity is a massive problem. The fire chief was participating in a meeting with me this morning, and their Wi-Fi, their internet was so bad that he couldn't turn a camera on. That's often the case. People in these buildings can't access our financial software because they can't link together with the server because the connections are so poor. So it's just about the investment then. Like, as the report talks about, we would have to spend a lot of money to get this connectivity up to speed, particularly for the 7th line and the fire hall, because they're far away from fibre lines and so on. The other one's a more practical comment about how to deal with this for the meeting. I'm hearing lots of comments and lots of suggestions from various members of council. So what I would suggest is that somebody makes an amending motion. I would prefer that we didn't just reject this one, because if we reject it, then from a staff point of view, as Darcy said, we'll just move forward with repairing the roof, putting the HVAC system in, starting to prep all these technology upgrades for the remote sites and so on. So if you, as a council, want to do something different to that, then we need to amend this motion to tell us what it is that you want to do. And I don't have any words to suggest for anybody right now, because I haven't quite got to where we want to go.
Councillor Kentner, and then Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell, sorry.
Through your worship, I would suggest the possibility of a motion that encourages developing certainly the main floor of the old library as additional space while we look at various alternatives. In other words, we get an immediate action, which is to occupy the main floor of the old library, and therefore accommodate some people who are in very poor quarters, and then proceed to explore all options.
You were making a motion to that effect, Councillor?
That would be my suggestion of a motion anyway. That's a way forward, and it doesn't foreclose on the what's on the table, but it gives people permission to go ahead and try and fix some of the most pressing problems of accommodation for staff.
All right. Councillor Bartley, or sorry, I'm Deputy Mayor is next, and then Councillor.
Your worship, thank you. And I'm not opposed to investigating the potential of the old library. I know it's not accessible, and I know there would be work to be done there, but I think, considering that we just talked about doing a service delivery review and process mapping, and we don't understand at this point whether that would require any changes to staffing, and there's the whole question of what happens post-COVID. Will people continue to want to work from home because they've accustomed to that and they've become very efficient working at home? And will that be a factor that will play into space needs for a new building for staff? I think there are some things that we just don't know at this point. So I like the idea of hunting this forward and asking for a report from staff to investigate some of those things, along with the other facilities that they've mentioned. Perhaps council would like a little more information on some of those, and look at the old library and just provide us just a little more information than we have today.
So, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So first of all, I'd like to say it's really nice that we've got this conversation in open council. I think that's really important. And I'd like to reflect back that when the new library was being proposed to be built, there there was comments from staff at the time when we suggested as council, are we going to sell the old library? And the comments came back that no, not right away, because there will be some work required at the current administration office, and that staff may well need to move into that area while the renovations are taking place. And so that has not been on the table to just straight up sell the old library right away quick. So with that, I think that when staff need these, the extra room that's been talked about, and staff just a few minutes ago said that they've been investigating things for 5 years, that this truly is the first time that council has had a shot at conversation about the needs for the staff in a new location. So I agree completely with Councillor Kentler when it is talking about this right now is a very single focused idea, and that we need to approach this just like we did with the library's needs. It did take some time, and it wasn't done in a hurry. It did take some time. Also, along with the fact that what Councillor Vickers said about building costs right now are quite heavy, I think that we should put some time on our side to investigate these things. Inside the report, it was also mentioned, Madam Mayor, that the mayor's space truly was also mentioned in the report, that the mayor's office is occupying some room. I also like what Councillor Kentner said about using the storefront. And I had an idea that we remove the mayor's office completely from the administration office and put the mayor's office on the main street and have that as a focal point where people can come and talk to the mayor and the deputy mayor and councillors and so on, as long as we don't have a quorum. So I've got an idea along that. When it comes to the renovations at a place, the old Amarok, I am so gun shy from what happened at the old IGA. We got reports after reports after reports of what they were discovering, what they were finding, and the money ran away. The contingency money is all but used up. Every time we turned around, there was something wrong with the soil. There was something wrong with the concrete. There was something wrong. The old building is an old building. And I really believe that if we end up at the end of the day, coming right back to where we are, looking at the Amarok as a spot for us to go, we must be prepared for this thing to really have millions of dollars applied to it. And it may come really close to the library, but I'm telling you, I am very gun shy on getting into an old building like this, because what will be discovered after we put down some money, the comments will just surprise each and every one of us what we will truly find. So I am not going to support doing this $1 million to the old Amarok today, but I will support doing a process where we as council and staff make a process for the facility needs for our administration and for our staff going into the future. So thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just throw 2 cents worth before Darcy speaks. I was very shocked. We brought this into open council and I expected a rash of emails, but nobody's watching. Nobody's looked at our thing. Nobody's called me once about this. Having said that, I don't believe we should make a decision on this due to not putting a roof on Toll Bridge. If we keep it, we have to put a roof on it. If we go to sell it and the roof's that bad, you still have to put a roof on it. So either way, the roof has to go on that building from what I'm hearing, whether we sell it or keep it. So that shouldn't be a deciding factor. Thank you.
Okay, Darcy, I saw you. There you are.
That's your worship. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm to council that, if we delay this process, and I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic with council here. If we delay the process, we will be moving forward with getting the contract ready for the roof here. The budget's $170,000. We are going to have to probably spend somewhere in the range of $40,000 to $50,000 in emergency funds. There will be a report that we'll bring back to council on IT connectivity issues out to 7th line in the fire hall, just to get basic internet service that's dedicated so we can actually implement the new phone system. Because the phone system is in such a dire need that if we literally lose one more card, we will not have a phone system at the administrative office potentially. The 1060 number will go dead. And then on top of that, if council wants us to and I like the idea from Councillor Kentner about getting staff out of bad locations and into the library. In order to get staff into the library, to get the connectivity in there the way that it needs to be, and set up some office spaces and everything else, we're probably looking at $50,000 to $60,000 for that as well.
All right. Councillor Bartley?
Darcy, you're going to have to help me with this phone situation. It's been on the books for 3 years now that we've got the money set aside for a new phone system. What are we waiting for?
Well, I've come to find out that it doesn't make a difference whether you pay for a cloud solution, like a hosted solution phone, or whether we actually have it internally. Everything is done over VoIP now. So
over what?
Over VoIP, voice over internet protocol. So it's all done through internet lines. So like nothing's done through copper lines anymore. And if you don't have strong enough internet connection, then you don't have a phone system that works. And that's our problem, is that we do not have good enough. We don't even have, like, we struggle right now with trying to get staff onto Zoom, but that's, you know, the basics of how we communicate still are by phone, especially with the community at large. And we cannot implement the new phone system without positive connectivity improvements, which at a very basic, just to get the phone system implemented, we're talking at least $50,000. That doesn't fix all the other connectivity issues, but at least it gets us the phone system.
So on the for the internet system, I hear from the provincial government all the time, money coming forward to this municipality and that municipality for new internet, new fiber optics. Can we not get onto any of that?
Through worship, well, where I live in beautiful Bognor, that's considered an underserviced community, and that's why GBTEL is throwing lines into Bognor right now. But in urban Meaford, it's not considered underserviced. It just hasn't been serviced by any of the providers yet. So other than a main Rogers line that runs through Sykes Street, and that's it. But the majority of the town has not been lit up, and because of that, you know, we're kind of at the mercy of the providers unless we want to pay this money, and it could be 5 years or better before things get connected. So, you know, I think we recognize this pre-COVID, but certainly since COVID hit, without adequate internet, it is impossible to operate properly as an organization.
Darcy, is the connectivity, is there any fiber that goes through anywhere close to the Amrock building? Is this something that would help?
Well, I believe that a local provider has got plans to have fiber there within 2 to 3 years.
So that would make a big difference for connectivity, internet connectivity there.
Well, certainly one of the other big issues is that if it's a centralized location, we don't have to, you know, beam a signal all over the place because everybody's under one roof.
Okay. So where are we at here now? We do have, I believe, sorry, Councillor Vickers. Yes, you were next.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess the way I look at this is basically what we're doing is we're risking $35,000 to put an offer in and try and get this Class D assessment done, engineering report. Is that correct, staff? So Matt's
yes,
not,
that's correct. Yeah.
So I guess, you know, if the building doesn't turn out to be anywhere close to what our expectations are, then we can walk away. I guess it costs us $35,000 to find that out. But I just feel it's probably good money spent here right now. We don't have a lot of options. I don't see a lot of plan B options. You know, we can temporarily put the staff in the library. It's still going to cost us money to put the HVAC and the Wi-Fi. You know, it's the roof, I guess, is the roof, like Steve said. It'll have to be put on one way or another. I just prefer that we have a bit of an idea. At least we could either cross it off the list, or we could say this is a potential. And until we do this, this Class D study. I don't know how else we're going to find out whether the MROC building is suitable or not.
I think we also spent money in exploring the same options for the library as well. Over the years that we were looking for suitable library locations, it did cost money to assess potential sites. And this is something that is an investment in the whole process. And Matt, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. While Council's been talking and following Councillor Kentner's comments about an amendment, I've kind of put together some text which I think draws a couple of things together. And so I wanted to read it to Council to see if it's something that Councillor Kentner or another member of Council wished to move and second. And so what I've got right now is that the motion be amended by replacing the existing text with that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to 1. Investigate alternate options for the relocation of administrative services and bring forward a report on those options for Council's consideration. And 2. Move forward with existing budgeted capital improvements to the 21 Trowbridge Street building and necessary connectivity projects.
Councillor Bell?
I like that very much, Madam Mayor. And as far as the comments from my fellow Councillor Vickers, when we get into situations where we're talking like we're talking, spending $35,000 sounds fairly inexpensive, but it comes with a tagline of $1 million. And after that, the money rises and rises. So I like what our clerk has put together on this. And I would, if somebody else wants to move it, that's fine with me. But if I'm the one that needs to move that, I do truly like what the clerk has just proposed.
Councillor Kentner?
Well, I'll be more than happy to second it.
And Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Matt, could you just repeat that? I think I heard what I'd like, but I'd really like confirmation one more time, please.
Absolutely, Councillor Greenfield. What I've got, that the motion be amended by replacing the existing text with that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to 1. Investigate alternate options for the relocation of administrative services and bring forward a report on those options for Council's consideration. And 2, move forward with existing budgeted capital improvements to the 21 Trowbridge Street building and necessary connectivity projects.
Matt, it seems to me that that's an entirely different motion.
And it is, but that is also perfectly acceptable. The recommendations on the floor is just on the floor to get it on the table for discussion. And if council wants a completely different motion, then they get a completely different motion.
I see. All right. Is there any discussion on that motion coming forward? Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. I would like people to discuss it a bit more here. I don't want people to go away unhappy today. I really stand behind this motion and appreciate the staff suggestion of it, and I think it paves the way. I also think that we should be thinking of moving some people into the Trowbridge, or at least the former library, to facilitate whatever changes have to happen at 21 Trowbridge. So anyway, I certainly support this, and I hope that others will as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further from council? Any further discussion on this motion, on the new motion, the amended motion? Seeing no further comments, I will call the question on this amendment to the recommendation that is presented. We have to vote first on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment as presented? And those against? And that is carried. So the amended motion then, well, we've heard it once. Let's hear it again quickly all together.
So now the main motion on the floor is that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to 1, investigate alternate options for the relocation of administrative services and bring forward a report on those options for Council's consideration, and 2, move forward with existing budgeted capital improvements to the 21 Trowbridge Street building and necessary connectivity projects. And just before you take a vote on that, Madam, if I can just clarify what will happen next. If Council Committee of the Whole passes this motion today, which I fully expect you to, the same report will be part of your package in 2 weeks' time. The agenda will have the new motion on, but the report itself won't be changed. So I just want to make sure that everybody, both Council and the public watching, understand that staff aren't trying to go against what you're doing today. It's just that our process is that the report stands as it is. We don't edit it. It carries on, and then Council will have the new motion on the floor at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Is that any clarification needed on that piece? All right, with that, then I will call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor of this motion as amended? And those against? And that is carried. And at this time, I need a motion to extend. We've exhausted our 3.5 hours. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor, all in favor? And that is carried. Do we need another quick stretch just before we finish? Come back at 4:55.
Well, and I'm sure the public must be just aghast. You know, it's pretty much said that, you know,
Barb, if you're talking to all of us, you're muted.
Thank you. Yes, I am talking to all of you. Moving into DV 2021-23, that the Committee of the Whole receive this report, the annual building reports from up to 2016, revised 2016 reports to 2020 for information purposes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Kentner. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of receiving this for information? And that is carried. DEV 2021-20, the sign variance and encroaching agreement, that the Committee of the Whole recommend the approval of the sign variance request for a new ground sign for McDonald's restaurant located at 334 Sykes Street South. Can I have a mover and a seconder to put that on the table, please? Councillor Bartley, Councillor Kentner. Any comments, questions for staff on that one? Seeing none, then I will ask for approval on that and also to enact a bylaw to authorize the encroachment agreement pertaining to the ground sign being located on a municipal road allowance. All in favor? Are there any against? No, all in favor. That's great. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move into updates from members. And to lead us off, as usual, is Deputy Mayor with the County Council.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And actually, since our council last met, county has met twice, but unless you disagree, I'll just read the report from the last county meeting, Your Worship.
That's fine. Thank you.
Grey County met last Thursday virtually, and Dr. Era was present. He shared that phase 1 of the Grey Bruce Health Unit's planned rollout is now complete. This phase consisted of vaccinating all staff and residents of long-term care facilities and those over 80 years of age who wished to receive a vaccination. We've moved into phase 2, which focuses on distributing vaccines to pharmacies, primary care physicians, Indigenous health centers, and initiating mobile units to take vaccines to people who are bedridden in their homes. Dr. Era is pleased with local compliance, and there was significant praise shared by members of council for Dr. Era's dedication to his efforts within Grey Bruce counties. And this drew a lengthy discussion at County Council, and it was agreed unanimously in a recorded vote that a letter be prepared on behalf of County Council showing appreciation for all of Dr. Era's efforts and those of his team. Council heard 3 important presentations. The first from the Business Enterprise Center. The BEC has been focused on supporting businesses as they adapted to COVID through creating mentorship partnerships and offering grants. The Starter Company Plus and Catapult Grey Bruce will operate normally this summer, supporting youth entrepreneurs, and more information can be found on the county website for anybody who's interested. Council heard a presentation on tax policy updates. There are 2 main points to consider from the province. One, the recommendation to eliminate vacant and excess commercial and industrial properties tax breaks, and the ability to create an additional small business subclass. The consultant strongly suggested that we not consider adding the small business subclass simply because it would be incredibly challenging to determine how to identify a small business. This was quite a detailed presentation, and I'll ask Darcy if he's listening to maybe bring council some more information on this as we work towards our next budget cycle. The third presentation was on the county's asset management strategy and plan. One main focus will be to dedicate a county staff person to asset management. It was recommended that the focus on securing better data would improve the comfort level of staff. The county's assets are valued at $1.4 billion. 79% of the county's assets are in fair or better condition. 24% of funding comes from upper tiers of government. The recommended reinvestment in roads is 2% of the county's annual budget and 2.1% for bridges. So I felt that we as a municipality here in Meaford were just a little bit ahead of the county on that front. The local immigration partnership is a very successful joint Grey Bruce program which supports newcomer attraction and retention in the county. 42 organizations have come together to work towards creating a welcoming county where everyone feels like they belong. And this is incredibly important because this is where a good portion of our workforce is going to come from that we so desperately need. There will be a workshop upcoming to discuss possible road exchanges between lower tiers and the county. Making sure urban county roads are managed by the right level of government is not a simple process. Bridges would remain under county jurisdiction. The county taking over 3.4 kilometers of concession 10 here in our municipality will be considered. There's a lot of information attached to this as well, and I'm sure that there'll be more discussion certainly at the county level and here locally as we dive into that. So Your Worship, that was it unless I missed anything.
Thank you very much. Always very thorough. The second one on our agenda is the Community Health and Safety and Wellness Plan update at the Statutory Advisory Committee, of which I chair. We did have a meeting recently, and we're unfortunately, because we lacked quorum for that meeting, we were not able to conduct any business for the committee, but we did have informal update from Hannah with the work that she has been doing and the results that she has been collecting on the second survey results. And I just noted walking past the library again this morning that the wall of comments from the public is growing there. So the public is engaged again that way in contributing to those, the second survey on how folks feel about the 5 areas of focus for this group. Also, Hannah has conducted a public information, a virtual public information consultation, and she was reported quite pleased with the participation on that front as well. So hopefully the next meeting we will have a quorum and I will report further at the next availability. So that moves us to the Parks Advisory Committee. And who's going to take that lead? Councillor Bartley or?
I think Harley should do it this week.
Harley drew the short straw. Over to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Bartley. Okay, well, a very interesting meeting, a very long meeting, a lot of discussion. We unfortunately did not get everything on the agenda covered. The main discussion was, I'm not sure how I'm going to put this. I guess trying to blend suggestions, recommendations from the AMP committee into the Burnside report for Memorial Park. And I think we did a good job doing that. I think we got 6 of the 7 done, and Steve, you can maybe help me with those numbers. There was, I believe there was just one that remains to be discussed. I'm not sure what more I can add.
Councillor Bartley, did you want to add anything?
Well, very, very accurate. I think 6 out of 7. The 7th one is going to be confrontational and maybe some long time. So stay tuned for
further up
on the next one. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that has something to report? Seeing nothing, I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole, please. Councillor Bell, Councillor Bartley, all in favor? And that is carried. And that brings us down to councillor motions. Do we have any notices of motion coming forward? Deputy Mayor. you're muted.
Sorry, I almost made it through the meeting. Sorry, Your Worship. I would bring notice of motion if you feel that's necessary, but I'm hoping we can deal with this issue today and bypass that normal procedure. And this has to do with the need for a garbage can at the corner of St. Vincent and the Georgian Trail. There was a garbage can there which was removed because it was just filling up so quickly. And that means that students are now littering the trail, and some volunteers have been trying to keep the trail relatively cleaned up. But I think if a garbage can could go back there, that would solve the issue for the neighbors in that community. And I'm just hopeful that council will consider providing that direction to staff today.
Okay, if we're going to we'll need a notice of motion, and then we would need a notice of a motion to deal with bypass the procedure. Matt, or did you want to contribute? Can't hear you.
How's that?
That's better.
Okay, good. I don't think you need any of that. That's a very operational item that we certainly don't need council direction on formally. If council gets into directing where every garbage can should go, then we're going to be in meetings for 365 days of the year, I think. What I would suggest, Deputy Mayor, is just get in touch with Darcy as the director responsible, and we'll see what we can make happen.
With your permission, Your Worship, I have done, and Darcy recommended that I bring a notice of motion.
Okay.
Darcy.
Your Worship, the reason for the notice of, or the recommendation to Councillor, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Keaveney about the notice of motion is because we had a garbage can at the location in which she's desirous of having one a number of years ago. We removed the can because we couldn't keep up with actually getting rid of the trash, because it would fill up within a half a day, because all of the kids coming down from McDonald's and Tim Hortons were using that trash can. We got rid of the can. The school put a can out right at the corner where the soccer field and the track is. In less than a year, they removed the can because, again, they couldn't keep up to the garbage. So we were going to have to allocate staff at that location at a significantly higher level of service than any other location in the municipality. Because if we just put the can there, the residents are going to complain as soon as it overflows anyways. So that's the whole point of the notice of motion, is to get council to establish a different level of service for garbage pickup at the locations where they're necessary. And that comes at a real cost, not just slapping a garbage can out at a corner.
And if that's the case, Madam Mayor, then we would definitely need a proper notice of motion to come back next time, because I can't do that one on the fly.
Okay. So back to you, Deputy Mayor, if you wish to make a notice of motion, and then we'll entertain it, I guess, in 2 weeks' time.
And I will do that, Your Worship. It's just unfortunate because that's 2 more weeks of garbage being thrown on the ground around the trail and that area. So if that's what has to happen, I will bring the notice.
So through you, Madam Mayor, and Rob may be about to say the same thing. If the problem is the schools, whilst we've been in council this afternoon, the province has announced that schools will not be returning to school next week. They will be doing remote learning. So hopefully that will mean that we won't have lots of garbage dropped in the next 2 weeks.
Good timing. Okay, so you'll bring your notice of motion back at that time then, Shirley?
I will.
Thank you. And I saw another hand up. Councillor Bartley, did you have another notice of motion?
Oh, I was going to go on the same notice of motion with Shirley, and I agree that litter is a problem in the municipality, and ignoring it does not take it away. So if one garbage can doesn't do, put 2 of them there.
Amen.
Thank you for that. All right, there's nothing further from a notice of motion. Then sorry, Darcy, did you want to comment?
Through your worship, I just want to make it clear, like as staff, we're not trying to be, difficult about this. If it was Georgian Trail garbage, we actually put a garbage can further down on the trail on the new portion of the trail that was constructed off of Edwin Street. So if it's Georgian Trail garbage, we're trying to accommodate that. But this is clearly direction regarding a different level of service. And that's why I advise the deputy mayor to bring this forward to council, because if you want multiple garbage cans put at locations, that's not a problem. That's a change in the level of service. It's a change in the number of garbage cans that we're going to have to purchase and replace. I have no problem doing that. I don't want to seem like I'm the stick in the mud, but this is something that council needs to direct staff on, because this is a service level initiative.
Okay, thank you for that. So that then brings us back to 9.2, motion for decision. And Councillor Vickers has brought a request for summary reports for major municipal projects. You will move that, Councillor Vickers?
Yes, I will.
And is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bell, thank you. Did you want to comment, Councillor Vickers, on your motion?
Yes, if I could, just a quick comment about the previous subject. Maybe we should get Greta Thunberg to lecture our students about not littering around municipal properties. Anyway, I digress. So my notice of motion, I'll read it here. Whereas the council of the municipality of Meaford has designated investing in our infrastructure as a strategic focus, and whereas the municipality capital project budget is in excess of $10 million annually, whereas council is committed to ensuring accountability, transparent governance through providing comprehensive reporting, and whereas council believes there is a benefit from transparent information sharing relating to the completion of financially significant capital infrastructure and facility projects, therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Meaford hereby directs staff to provide summary reports upon completion of capital infrastructure and facility projects with a budget of over $500,000, including the final costs and a project outcome overview. So I'd just like to first say thank you to, I've talked to Darcy about this probably about 6 months ago. We had our first conversations about this idea that I had about needing, to follow to close the circle. We have, we start off the process of putting a budget together, approving the budget, and then and having it go through tender and everything else. Would never seem like we ever finished it off. Like, how did the project actually finish at the end? Was it under budget? Did it somehow just make it over budget just a little bit that didn't have to come back to council? There is different ways of looking at this. And Darcy and I talked it through, and we decided that the library was a good example of how we could achieve this. There's great interest from the community on some of these projects, and 3 weeks ago now, Darcy gave us a full report on the completion. So I just also like to say thank you to Matt and especially Margaret. I think she had a bigger part in putting this all together with my ideas. So I feel it's something that could be useful. Like I said, we don't always know how projects end up at the end, and if they are under budget or over budget, we don't always see it until you get into the annual reports. We kind of have a design that the $500,000 is kind of the threshold. It can either be a major road project, a facility. We also thought maybe if it was a lesser dollar cost, and I'll use the Bogner Hall as an example. If the Bogner Hall when it gets completed, it wouldn't make this threshold, although it's a very public project and that a lot of people will see it and are probably interested in the project. So I think the way we have it designed, that we have the basic foundation, but come budget time in the fall, if we identify a project on council, a motion can come forward and say, we would like some added information at the end. If if you can get enough people to agree with you, then we can get that report put together. I don't want these reports to become, become huge on staff, and I don't want them to be on every single project that we have. There isn't, some of them, it doesn't make any difference. Like the tender goes out, the snowplow truck's $300,000, it's $300,000. So I just think this is a really good way that we could fulfill our duties of directing and protecting the assets of our municipalities. So if anybody else has any questions they'd like to ask or any comments, I'd be certainly happy to hear them.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers, and Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Vickers. I really like this because staff already know when it gets to the end of the trail, and all they have to do is tell us, and I think that's great. So thanks for bringing this forward.
Anything further from council? Then I will call the question. All in favor of this motion going forward, and that is carried. Moving on to the adoption of the council meeting, March 22nd, 2021. Be it resolved, the Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meeting held March 22nd, 2021. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bartley and Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And that is carried. The planning public meeting on March the 15th, motion to move and second this meeting minutes. Councillor Kentner and Councillor Greenfield. Any comments or questions on this? Then I'll call a question. All in favor? And that is carried. And the special council meeting of March the 19th. Mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Councillor Bartley, Councillor Vickers. Any question, comments on those minutes? All in favor then of receiving those minutes, and that is carried. Is there anything on the communications list that anyone would like to bring forward? Councillor Bartley?
Yes, if I may, I have two little short queries. Probably the one to Rob would be, Tweed has put out a letter to advocate the reform of the joint and several liability, and so has several other municipalities. Have we done that, or should we do that, Rob?
I would turn to Darcy. I know he's been one. We have not done that, no, but we can.
I believe with it, the letter should go to Doug Ford and on that.
Yeah, through your worship, we haven't done it, like Rob said. It certainly can't hurt to show support behind it. I mean, ultimately, the largest part of our municipal insurance package has to do with this portion of the insurance program.
Yeah.
And if they got rid of joint and several liability, then it would certainly help our premiums because we wouldn't be on the hook potentially for 100% of the payout if we're only found 1% liable. So that's why it makes a difference.
I believe we should send a letter out. Number two would be back to you, Darcy. On page 23, the federal government says they're almost doubling the gas tax. Have you heard anything, or have we received any more money?
Through your worship, we receive our normal allocations, and 2021 we will effectively, the federal government's going to double down, much like they did a couple of years ago, and provide an extra $2 billion. So we will receive that share of the proportionate amount of funds as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Matt, did you have a comment?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. If Councillor Bartley feels that we should support the letter from
We need a motion.
Tweed, then we just need a motion to say that Council of the Municipality of Meaford supports the Municipality of Tweed's resolution regarding
Joint and several liability
and should direct those comments to the Premier.
Okay.
Well, I will bring that motion forward. We can either do that or do our own letter.
which do you prefer? Do you put it in the motion?
I would rather do a motion that we do our own letter that basically mirrors theirs, but with our letter stamp on it. That's what I would like done.
Can we then treat that like a notice of motion, and we'll get council to actually pass a full resolution next time round, so that we've got something to send in that letter?
Okay. We'll put that as a notice of motion from you, Councillor Bartley.
Okay.
And I saw another hand, I think. Yes, Councillor Vickers.
Darcy, what's the, you said they're doubling our gas tax. What would that double be? I can't remember the number.
I believe we're slated to get an extra $335,000-ish for this year.
And is that earmarked for any one project, or is it kind of just since it's new news sort of thing?
Yeah, it's new news, so it hasn't been earmarked for any. Most likely, we'll allocate it as part of the 2022 process.
Okay, thank you.
Rob, did you have something? No? All right, and Councillor Kentner?
Thank you, through your worship. No, I just wanted to also bring forward the Tweed letter, and I like Councillor his recommendation that we do our own letter. We will have our own figures respecting, how much our insurance premiums are rising, how quickly, and so forth. And so, yeah, I look forward to that coming.
All right, thank you for that. Anything further on correspondence? All right, and we'll accept all of the communications as distributed. At this point, we need to go into a closed session. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to go into closed session at, what is the time, the hour? 5:22, with the clerk and deputy clerk in attendance to discuss personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically candidates for appointment to committees. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, for that? Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor. All in favor of moving into closed? And that is carried. And that takes us, we need a moment to go on to.
So if everybody could log out of here and then log back into the link that Margaret sent you earlier today, then we'll get started there in the close. Thank you.